Good evening, people, and welcome to the 2026 series of the Wishful Racing Championship. Racing to gather money for the Make-A-Wish Foundation Belgium Vlaanderen. As you can see in your screen, 1945 euros we have gathered already before even starting the season. This is from drivers' fees and a little bit more of extra donations. What you are about to see is a 5-hour race, but first you need to get into qualifying starting in about 7 minutes. So let's get to the track. Classes tonight on track this season: the GT3 class, the Porsche Cup class, and the my beloved Mazda MX5 class. Let's adjust the timing tower just a little bit. Make it fit. And there we go. So we have 18 GT3s on the grid, if I'm not mistaken. That's correct. We have 12 Porsche Cup entries on grid. We have 5 Mazda MX5s on track right now, but I believe the 6th one is on its way. Let's go through the field a little bit. Quickest is the Pegassi Motorsport Team Alpha, number 75. Aston GT3. Johnny Leclerc is there in a pit lane currently. The donation link to donate to the Make-A-Wish Foundation is pinned in the YouTube chat. Live timing is available at ORNL.nl/live. There is a driver tracker and live timing page as well, ready for you to watch. As you can see on screen, we are already over an hour deep into pre-race practice, and then we'll start with qualifying schedule. Qualifying will start at 6:15 local time. Then it's 15 minutes Mazda qualifying, an open qualifying session. The first 15 minutes are for the Mazdas, and then the Porsche Cup class can have 15 minutes of qualifying. Last 15 minutes are for the GT3 class, which will leave us with the race start at 7 o'clock local time. 300 minutes or 5 hours, and so the race will end at midnight for us here. The sim time is 8 o'clock in the morning when the session opened, as you can see on the circumstances on track as well. When the race will start in sim, it will be 10 o'clock in the morning. The weather is set to a realistic. Go back to the race info tab. You can see it's a brisk, very nice 18 degrees on track. There is quite a bit of humidity, but there will be no rain this session. It will be completely overcast and a little bit of wind. And of course, we're driving on the endurance layout of circuit Spa-Francorchamps, which is not actually a different track, but it all has to do with the pits. Most of you kind of know Spa, I believe, from the F1 races on television, but we use the endurance pits layout. So if you go along to turn 1, La Source hairpin, there is another pit lane there as well with extra pit boxes. Otherwise we wouldn't have enough to house all of the cars. So in the last few minutes we'll try and go a little bit through the field. We have the DDK Racing Team G, where we are currently looking at. Kevin Daniels and Davy Daniels are in the car there. That should be car number 26, and it is car number 26 as well in the timing tower. Please note there seems to be a little bit of an issue in the iRacing league from the Wishful Series where the car numbers are not correctly assigned to the cars. So if I announce some wrong numbers, please bear with me. Going to the Vortex row. A couple of teams on the grid. Mostly GT3, I believe. Vortex number 67. See why that's funny. Driven by Dirk Bout and Lucas Romano. Then we have Vortex 64. Spa-Francorchamps, Peter Limkens and Wouter de Vos. And we have Vortex number 3 as well. Number 3, Jeremy de Boever and Dieder de Vlaming. Then we have the LCT Racing Iron Alliance, which is the water car I look at. Go, which is driven by Ivo van der Linde, Tony van der Linde, and we have also the other LCT Racing team, car number 21 on my list, and that's correct as well. Hans Blankart and Roy Maas are on that 21st. As we can read in the chat, smash the like button. Yeah, let's do it. And there, someone from Race Control in the chat as well, wishing us all good luck. And please donate, absolutely. 1,945 euros still. Let's get to that 2,000 euros in the first race alone. Here we have Simon Hybert in the equip. Let's see. Where is he? Number 83. iRacePlan.com. Garage60.net. Teammate Guillaume Ilai in the McLaren. Seems to be the... No, there are 2 McLarens on grid. As you can see in the time towers. Green Dorland says good luck. Next up on the list, let's see. We have Lucas Romano from the Vortex 67 crew. Currently fastest in the GT3. Have a quick look at some of the P-Cups as well. Dries Morris. Speed Racing 349. I believe last series he was a bit of a fan favorite. So we'll check on him again. Do this season as well. Car number 149. Co-piloted by Joris Ooms, Arne Vaas and Roy Vervaken, the Speed Racing 349. With Archie Bennett in the 346 Porsche Cup as practice comes to an end. Go into the qualifying session. We'll have to go through all of the other teams in a bit. Qualifying. Let's hide the driver details.
Qualifying has started, so MX5s you can drive out. All the other classes stay in the box, please.
Here we go. Qualifying has started. MX5 for the first 15 minutes. Let's have a look at Dirk Veneman. Also display the outlap so we can see who's on track. Dirk Veneman, Frank Robin as well on track right now. MX5 is gonna be a very, very, very fun series to commentate on as well, because these cars, especially here at Spa with the long straights, are just so close together, and they have such a small disadvantage each other. The draft is insane, so it's gonna be very, very hard for a good driver to drive away from the pack. Go Kim, driving for Team ORNL. Also the team I will be driving for in some select races this series. Whenever Danny can host the live stream for an hour or so, I can hop into the car and do a stint myself. Because the MX5 is one of my favorite cars on iRacing. Let's go. Dirk Vederman here in the 297 MX5, the Sahara X GT Motorsports, co-piloted by Smile Leib. Timo van Dijk in the ESR United Miata team together with Harry Vosmeijer. And we have indeed the 280 Kim Punter Team ORNL Endurance currently on track, co-piloted by Björn Schinkel for tonight. Here is Marcin Junk in the very nice, outstanding livery in the colors of the A&R Endurance crew. A&R Endurance Esport 58 team, car number 258. Marcin Junk together with Sean Chisholm. Frank Robin is there as well for the Pegassi Motorsport Delta, together with Koen van Dijk and Jens Percival. There's Koen van der Woestijnen, WT40 livery, cool one. Which is the Duct Tape Racing team. Goffrey Roelands is co-piloting. And Alex Byens, who will not be there tonight, still on vacation I believe. And also Kenneth Franken is on that team. We have Tim de Hond in the 277 Rust Ease car. Very nice livery, very nice livery. Is the Pit Lounge team hosters of the Wishful Series. Ante van der Brande is co-piloting on that car as well. Traderman is going to be the first one to set a lap, I believe. Let's set up the track map as, yeah, the outlap takes quite a while. Dirk Vederman was quickest in the first sector. Franken Robin is now holder of the purple sector there. Let's stay with Dirk for a bit. Hop on board on his MX5. Donation starting to come in, 1960 euros now. Thank you very much for the donation. Let's see if we can have a look. Donators. An anonymous donation, 25 euros. Vroom, vroom is the caption. Thank you very much, whoever you may be. Starting to clear up quite nicely here at Virtual Spa. When we opened the practice session, it was kind of dark. Headlights were enabled for most of the cars. They had to be. We have an off-track for Tim de Hond in his outlap, and that's a spin. We have an off-track for Koen van der Woestijnen. Also a spin. And we have Tim de Hond again going back on track, which is locked by SDK as well. And then the rejoin for Koen. And yes, this will hurt your tires. Not ideal. Especially with a lap time well into the 2 minutes. Actually, almost 3 minutes. The 15-minute qualifying session is not that long for these lower cars. But it is very much fun. First lap time set by Dirk Vederman, 2:49.7. We have seen lap times in practice, but that might be in pack racing with draft. Go as low as 2:47, 2:46 even. But this might be a very decent banker lap there. are sometimes coming in. There's a 2:48 for Simon van Dijk. The ANR Endurance Esports crew puts it 2/10 behind that in second position. Marcin Junk behind the wheel there. Here we see him. Is Francorchamps on the back end of the Campbell Straight. Long straight. Here is Tim de Hond. About to cross the line for his lap, and the pit lounge comes in at 6th position. We have Dirk Vedeman on an improvement. Green sector personal best. Simon van Dijk also on an improvement. Meanwhile, Kim Punter set first. The pole position time currently a 2:48.153, 7/10 quicker than the second place time of Simon van Dijk. Kim Punter, kind of a specialist in these cars. Go. Koen van der Woestijn, and now Dirk Vedeman is not having the best of second laps. Francorchamps is working on an improvement. He has no time set yet. So I'll have to correct myself and say there are 7 MX5 on the grid tonight. Which is a very big compliment, a very big respect to all those teams driving the MX7. A few weeks ago, it looked like we were not going to make it. We're going to have to ditch the class, but then teams came rolling in. And it's such a fun car, so I'm really glad kept it in the championship. Francorchamps on its way to the bus stop. Bus stop chicane. Final chicane of the track. Easy to catch an off track here at the end, but he keeps it nice and tidy. Let's see what the lap time is gonna be. Francorchamps in a 2:48, no, 2:51, 2:49.981. 5th position for him. Simon van Dijk also going into the bus stop. A bit of a more zoomed out view. See a little bit better. Also, the streaming overlay has been completely rebuilt from the ground up, or in Wishful theme. And if there's anything wrong with like sound or graphics or whatever, just let me know. I'll try and get it sorted out. Kim Punter not having another very strong lap. Currently 2:48.1 is the time to beat. Oh, that was a slow down lap. 2:51.0. Not an improvement there. How about Francorchamps? Out of Camel. Dijk just getting on to Camel Straight. Okay, let's hop on with Marcin Junk, and then let's head on board. You can see Simon van Dijk in the distance. Might even get a distant tow. So he might be a little bit too far for that. Dirk Vedeman is on an improvement once again. Going into Wuhan. Watch him behind the fence. Thank you, Daniel. Dave Daniels, thank you. Stream looks good, thank you very much. Let's go LAG worldwide. Come on, Iron Lions. Love to see some sport in the chat. Very good, very nice. Dirk Vedeman. Currently 2 green sectors, 3 green sectors, so the most likely gonna be an improvement for him. He's all alone on his part of the track. The black and gold and green EBC braked livery. This is the fastest these cars will go on the track. They start getting into the braking zone for the bus stop chicane. And from my own experience, it is quite easy. Don't shift too quickly to brake these cars here. What's it gonna be? Was a P5. It still is a P5 for Dirk Vedeman. Kim Hunter is quick. Koen van der Woestijn is on a sort of improvement. Might be a little bit better. Was 3/10 behind P6. Might actually set it to gap. Total gap to position. Head over to Kim Punter with a purple sector. Is there gonna be an improvement? Still the gap 7.4 tenths. And the improvement is not there. 48.6 last time around. And stops the car as well. Marcin Junk had a bit of a toe. Has a toe now. Is it gonna be enough to actually do something for him? Or is the car ahead gonna let him by because he doesn't want to give him the slipstream? It might be looking good for Marcin. Works out. This should come up as a purple sector.
MX5, 2 minutes remaining. Pickups, you can start lining up at the green cones, end of pit lane.
That's your race control right there on the voice chat, notifying us that MX5 qualifying is 2 minutes remaining. And the Porsche Cup cars can line up at the end of pit lane. And now the WD-40 car gets out of the way, which is not quite what he wanted, I believe, because there's still some slipstreaming left to do. But you see, there is a purple sector there. But he would have loved to keep the slipstream right until the bus stop. But you take what you can get in an MX5. Sector is an improvement. Absolutely almost 2k already. Donation wise, are now at 1985. Another donation has come in by Stefan Pegassi Motorsport Alpha. Thank you very, very much. 25 euros. Also 15 euros Team LAG Worldwide. My teammates brought me to your wonderful charity series. Thank you for spreading kindness and compassion to the world. Very, very nice. Let's see what Marcin can do. Coming out of the bus stop on to the start-finish straight. Gets himself into... keeps third position. Though it might have been an absolute cracker of a lap by Kim Punter. Most certainly gonna take the pole position in first race here.
MX5, your qualifying is ending. You can finish your flying lap. Pickups, you can take the track, but be careful of the MX5s still on track. Don't go too fast on the outlap. Thank you.
And there is the pickup field going out on the track. He lined up nicely into the pit lane. We only have Dirk Vedeman finishing his lap. Comes to MX5 runners on track. Marcin did another lap as well, but I think he finished his lap, and he's gonna be riddled with pickups right now. Might not be so fun for him. Look at the size difference of those cars. Let's stay with here for a bit. And then start looking at some of the PCUP entries. Let's go Iron Lions in the YouTube chat once again. Your team today. Jung trying to get out of the way of all those PCUPs on their outlap. Let's have a look. The 149 Speed Racing. Joris Ooms is the driver who will be tasked by qualifying the car. We have Yves van Zande. Yes. See, there's Yves on my list. There we go. Pegassi Simracing together with Nick de Beck. So a very well-known name in the sim racing community here. Behind that, Jeremy Schwarzer. Which is LAG Worldwide Team Gold. Which on my list is a solo entry. 5 hours straight. Those are the real men. Maxime Dumoulin. In the purple colored 110 PCUP. Is driving for the full motion sim sport. Together with Corentin Charles and Logan Dugan. Then we have one of the organizers, Stefan. Driving for his beloved Pegassi Motorsport Charlie. Together with Thomas van der Bosche, Jonathan van Garen en Jelle Verstraeten. What's the Peels? Peels. I think it's Peels, given that the team is Flying Dutchman. This is Flying Dutchman Team 2, by the way. Co-piloted by Otto Caries, Raymond van Zutphen and Wesley. Very nice Wishful livery on this PCUP. Driven by Steven de Greveleer. Sorry for butchering some of these names, but it is what it is. Steven driving the Anchor Lab team. Anchor Lab Team 7. But together with Koustoep Patil. So that's gonna break my tongue for a few times. And Austin Gathercole. Next up, Gio Sheffield in the 113 PCUP, driving the Eagle car, which is Eagle Speed Academy Esports full. Steve Claes and Killian Claes are on that team as well. Together with Gio, we have Elmer van Beek, the 105, which is the other Flying Dutchman team together with Quentin Klumpert and Sam Douwens. And there are some lap times. Maxime Dumoulin now into Lassours and the first. Then we have Pegassi Simracing 101. Camille sets it into P2. Zander now in third position. Bert Goethals for DFB Motorsports now in third place, while the Flying Dutchman 2 takes fourth position and bumps down DFB into the fifth position. Let's stay with DFB for a bit because they are next on the list. Jurijn Senaso and Thomas Appelen are his. Rob Niesen in the race community Porsche. I know those liveries. Which is the race community.nl Team Red. Co-piloted by Aniek Hogeveen. Philip in the Think Pink livery Porsche Cup. Iron Alliance Motorsport 88. Nutanix, co-piloted by Siebe de Smet and Philip Wilshaus. And Paolo Achterlik as well. The drivers on that team. Let's go team Flying Dutchman Sam Douwes. Excited to be a part of this amazing charity race. Excited to jump in the car later tonight. Yeah, best of luck to you and the team. Stefan setting a 9th time. Which is currently the last time that has been set. Joris Ooms, no time set yet. Jeremy Schwarzer behind, no time set yet as well. Gio Sheffield, no time set. As goes for Elmer van Beek. So still a few lap times to be set in this PCUP qualifying for now. Maxime Dumoulin going into his 3rd flying lap. It's not an improvement for him. There is Tamil. Joris Ooms heads to the top. Mach Speed Racing on provisional pole position, 2/10 up. We have Gio Sheffield on top. There we go. The 113 Eagle Porsche Cup is now quickest of the bunch. Let's head over to Wesley Pales out of the bus stop chicane. And across the line was P6. Stays P6. Jeremy Schwarzer. Still no time set, and now with a massive slipstream on to the Campbell Straight. Let's head on board with him. The iRacing PCUP. We are using the 992.2 variation, which had a massive update a few months back, and the car has absolutely come alive since then. Very popular car these days on the series. Speed heads out of the way there. That's the nice thing to do. Donation wise, €1,985. Only €15 away for that magic 2K in the first race already. Absolutely amazing. Everything we do in this series is for the Make-A-Wish Foundation, Belgium, Flanders specifically. The drivers have already gotten word of this in the driver's briefing, but I will announce it here as well. We have gotten a message from the Make-A-Wish Foundation that a wish has already been granted with the money we raised so far, so that is why we do it. With Jeremy Schwarzer, while Brecht Goedhalt is also on another good lap, but Jeremy has had a nice tow for almost a whole of the lap. Is that gonna be good? Yeah, there we go. 2nd position, the LAG Worldwide team. Good lap, good lap. Who do we have finishing their laps? There we have the 147 and the 161 team. Don't see no changes in position just yet. Gio Sheffield on top of Eau Rouge. Gonna be some hairy moments to be had with the GT3 PCUPs and Mazda MX5s all on the same track for 5 hours straight. The pace difference between the MX5s and the PCUPs and GT3s are massive. The PCUPs and GT3s amongst themselves are quite close to each other. Especially we can expect some of the quicker PCUPs to be mixed into the GT3 field for that matter. So it's going to be one big pack. Catches the MX5 quite quickly after the start actually, because the pace difference is, I think, more than 30 seconds a lap. Let's see Rob Niesen, the race community Porsche. Well, Maxime Dumoulin is setting purple sectors once again, so let's switch over to him. in the purple car. Going through Blanchimont. Heading into the bus stop. Here Rob is right now and will come across the line with a personal best. Is it gonna be an improvement? Stays in 11th position. How about Maxime across the line? P5 is gonna stay a P5. Joris Ooms has some improvements for his as well. The 149 is in 4th position and stays 4th position. Wesley in the 151 leading this little pack here. Let's see if he can gain a position. Now P9 and goes to P6. Well, there are 2.5 minutes of qualifying left in the cup. Qualifying. Then we have 15 minutes of GT3 qualifying left until we start the race. 7 o'clock local time. Once again, the donation link is pinned in the YouTube chat. If you want to follow live timing, head over to ORNL.nl/live. And almost a spin for the 88 car. And it's just to keep it pointed in the right direction.
Pickups, 2 minutes remaining. GT3s, you can start lining up at the green cones, end of pit lane.
Oh, I'm not sure why the spec map is wrong. I will re-download Paints right now in Trading Paints and see if that fixes the problem. Might be a team livery issue on your hand, though. I'll try to fix it for the live stream. And we heard race control as well there that PCUP qualifying is starting to end. And we can already see a line of GT3s being formed at the end of pit lane. Jeremy Schwarzer is on an absolute banger of a lap. 2 purple sectors. Is he gonna snatch away pole position from the Eagle Speed Academy Porsche Cup? Yeah, I'll do a Ctrl R once Trading Paints finishes downloading. And there we go, across the line. It's not gonna be a pole position. 1/10 away from it though. Samuel is in the bus stop for the final time. And heads over into pit lane. Qualifying is over for him. This is also an out lap for these guys. Lane lap. So it seems he is kind of stepping on it. Oh, and there we have our answer. Now it's over. Even across the line. It's on the track. Look at some of the GT3s.
Pickups, your qualifying is over. You can finish the flying lap. You are on GT3s. You can go out on track. Be careful for the pickups. Still on track. Thank you.
There we go. GT3 qualifying has started. PCUP qualifying has finished. Unofficial results dictate that Eagle Speed Academy team is on pole position. Let's do that Ctrl R right now. This will be a little bit white. We'll have to see if it's got fixed. Let's focus a little bit on the 8 car. White, able to catch a glimpse of behind the wall there. Well, let's see. Meanwhile, GT3 qualifying is starting. Is Jeremy Schwarzer actually gonna set another? He's gonna have another go. No, PCUP qualifying is not over after all. scares me very much. There are some purple sectors there. So we might have another pole sitter as we expected. Let's see if he can pull it off. Jeremy Schwarzer in the LAG Worldwide Solo. No, it's not gonna work out for him. The magnificent Ford Mustang GT3 car sounds so damn good. See a Sim Formula Europe livery, and that's correct. This car is driven by Bavo Vollon together with Michel Alvarans, Bart Ballaerts and Dennis Keul. And I feel like these are one of the ones to watch. Ivo van der Linde is next on track in the 6-1, and the Vortex car is ahead of him as well. We have Diego Martins in the McLaren, Dave Daniels in the Aston, another Aston for Joni Leclerc in the Pegassi team. And we have Dante Olivia, also a known name, DFB in the Wishful Series. Nick Schmidt in the Lambo with his headlights on full blast. Peter Lemkens in the Vortex Mercedes, followed by Jorn Pollenus in the other Vortex Mercedes. Thiago Reiser, the 3 Porsche. Dieter de Vlaming in another Vortex Mercedes. It's not gonna be easy that they all look the same, but I kinda like that. Sander Rij is the next one in the race community Lamborghini. The race community team Orange. Teammate is Matthijs Optendries. Jorn Naats in BMW. One of the... actually, yeah. 2 BMWs are in the series tonight. We have Scott Stoffers, the number 90 Porsche GT3. And we have Roy Maas. Let's see. Diego Martins is going to set a lap first, I think. Dave Daniels is quick. Dante Olivia's quick, snatching the purple 3rd sector from Diego. Jorn Naats is solo today. Cool, that's nice information and lots of respect for him for that, for letting me know. And we have reached the 2000 and even 2005 euros donation wise. Let's see if I can give somebody a big thanks. It's Antonio, 20 euros got us across the magical 2000 already. Thank you very, very much. Yegor into B3. As you can see, they are currently slower, and I say this with all due respect, than the PCUP qualifiers. There we go. Now one is quicker and the timing tower gets it. Leclerc. Let's see Jorn with a purple sector. I might need to change a bit the... Now it's better for us to follow in the timing down. On the right in the Lamborghini. Archie Bennett is quick. 3rd position. Gets it into 2nd place. The gas stop livery. Lucas Romano. Quick on his way. Gonna shovel out in the 29 Vortex. As Romano and Vortex. Together with Dirk Pouts. Is it gonna be a pole position? No, it's gonna be a second position, but look at the gap. Davey is on his way and I see some purple sectors. Let's head over to him. In the 26 Aston Martin. DDK racing team. So has been there for many seasons in the Wishful Series. Great lap, Eagle Speed Academy, absolutely. Got them the pole position in Porsche Cup class. Melvin, currently in third position, gets bumped to fourth position, across the line with multiple purple sectors and goes to the provisional pole. Potters across the line is an improvement, but not in position. Avo gets into 12th. Archie Bennett. Multiple green sectors, 8th position, 4th position. That's a nice bump up. First ever league for DDK was the first season of the Wishful Series. That's a nice fact. So they've been with us for 5 years already. Dante Olivia. White and red DFB Motorsports Aston Martin. Alvin, the Iron Lions, the provisional pole sitter. Iago Reiser in 17th position right now. Heading to the bus stop to close his lap. Full of green sectors, so you might get an improvement there. Let's see, yeah, goes up to P9, that's a nice bump in position. No, that's not correct what I said. Goes up to P8, even. Let's go Iron Lions in the chat. Let's go ILM89. Currently, they are holding pole position. Tony Leclerc is quick. I see a purple sector. Across the line. Stays in 5th position. The Mustang out of the last corner, across the line. Gonna go. Bravo. E5. Have a look at Ramos. Trying to catch a draft from the 89. Blue themed livery. Meanwhile, Davey Daniels is again threatening pole position with a purple sector. The race control overlay has been activated as well. So if race control is investigating, penalizing, or giving a warning, we will be notified of that on stream. Davy Daniels is putting in a lot of purple sectors. He has a distant toe from the BMW ahead as well, flashing his lights. He wants to go through. Is he gonna be held up in the bus stop? Don't think he will. This is gonna be a good lap for Davy Daniels. Will it be a next purple? It's not a next purple, but it is pole. Sander Rij on an improvement across the line in the Lamborghini. Was P9, is P6. Couple of minutes still to come here in GT3 qualifying. Scott Stoffers into the last corner in the 90 Porsche. Oh, it's all green, it's all green. It's P30. Jorn now into 4th position with the Vortex 12. And Bavo gets into 3rd position. The final podium spot in qualifying, as for now, is for Bavo. Dieter de Vlaming on the sunny side of the track. Very long and slow corner, just waiting and waiting to turn in. Get onto the throttle. Dante Olivia is putting in a purple sector, which means we are switching to him. If you want to get attention in these qualifying sessions, that's the way to do it. The top on board. Haven't done that with the GT3 just yet. See behind the wheel, Dante Olivia with another purple sector and a distant toe. Is he going to attack the DDK Racing Team pole position? And we have top speed. Down the gears into the bus stop. First gear and once more up through the gears. Will it be at pole position for Dante Olivia? It is pole. Who is on a closing lap as well? Dieter de Vlaming across the line in the Vortex 3. Is Jornaerts coming on to the bus stop chicane. Currently 20th position. Will there be an improvement in the final seconds of GT3 qualifying? Simwear.eu, proud sponsor of this series. BMW, Simwear Racing now in P19, so it gets one position. 71 BMW. We've seen him helping 2 other cars already in the slipstream. Will he be returned the favor by the Aston in front? I believe... No, it was another car that had spec map issues. Well, we have to see that if the PCUP comes through. Checker flag is out. You finish your lap now, you cannot start another one. Have a look, Dante Olivia is in front. Who is, I believe, returning the favor to the BMW behind. He's in 23rd position. He seems to be getting a little bit out of touch. There behind is the Porsche. And meanwhile, Dante Olivia is setting a purple sector. Once again. But she thought it was not enough. No, I'm just kidding. Love to see it. And it's very, very close on top. Apparently the DFB Motorsports are the professional pole sitters. This is it. For the team, Dante Olivia, is it gonna be an improvement? No. We have Didier Vlaming across the line in the number 3 Vortex. 8th position, stays in 8th position. Next up in the Pegassi 75, Tony Leclerc. 11th, stays 11th. Dominic Schmidt, next one. Out of the bus stop chicane. Thomas Appelen says DFB, DFB, DFB. Lots of support there. You're nuts. In the number 10, Simwear.eu, BMW heads off into pit lane. We have Gavin Palima stopping on Camel straight and towing to pit, which leaves Joni Leclerc alone on track. There we have it. Qualifying for the first race in the Wishful Series 2026 has ended, resulting in a pole position for the DFB Motorsports Eclair team in GT3. Then in PCUP, it's the Eagle Speed Academy Team Silver 113 PCUP on pole position, and ORNL.nl Endurance Team in pole position in Mazda MX5 class. I have to wait and show you the full starting grid. Let's do it. All classes. We'll have to wait. Okay, chat. Give me your predictions now. Who's gonna win the race in which class and who's not gonna finish the race? While we wait for the official results to be gathered.
Congratulations to all the pole sitters. Well, very well done. Please, at the start, keep in mind the formation zone, the start zone, and don't take this as a sprint race. Take it easy, but have fun. See you at the finish line.
It was Stefan from Race Control. Again, just quick. We will be able to hear Race Control during the full race. Here we go with the starting grid. In GT3, it's Dante Olivia behind the wheel of DFB Motorsports Eclair, followed by the DDK Racing Team G, Kevin Daniels, Melvin for the Iron Lions Motorsport, Bavo for Sim Formula Europe, followed by Jorn Pollenes, the Lucas Romano making it a Vortex line there. Then Gasla Motorsports, Archie Bennett and Didier de Vlaming for Vortex 3. We have Sander Rij for the racecommunity.nl Orange Team, followed by Roy Maas, LCD Racing. 11th position is Joni Leclerc, Pegassi Motorsport Alpha. Diego Martins for Vulcan Motorsports is the next one. Let's see. Skip a page. Let's go. There we go. P13 is Dominic Schmidt. No laps, no impact. Thiago Reiser for Swench Hydration. Ivo van der Linde for the LCT Racing Iron Alliance. Scott Stoffers, Irons Lions. Then we have Simon Ebert, Patrick Team Race Seat, iRace Control, iRacePlan, excuse me. Peter Lemkens, Vortex 6-4, You're Not, Simracing. Damon Shales for Gassed Up Motorsports. Then Gervin Palima for Arachnid Racing. Heading over to the... Oh. One back. PCUP Fields. Gio Sheffield, Eagle Speed Academy sets it on pole. Jeremy Schwarzer, LAG Worldwide, alongside him on the first row. Samuel Yassizoglu, Equity Esports. Joris Ooms, Mach Speed Racing. Maxime Dumoulin, Full Motion Sim Sport. Then Philip Wilshouse for Iron Alliance Motorsport 88. The Flying Dutchman, Wesley Peels. Then Brecht Goethals, DFB Motorsports Baguette. Yves van Zande, Pegasus Simracing. Jelle Verstraeten, Pegassi Motorsport Charlie. Then it's Rob Neeson, racecommunity.nl Red. Elmer van Beek, the Flying Dutchman. Then Stefan de Greveler in Banker Lab. Kim Punter puts it on pole for ORNL.nl Endurance Team, followed by Simon van Dijk, ESR United Meata. Then it's Short Chisholm for the ANR Endurance Esport Equip. Tim de Hond from the Pit Lounge. Then it's Dirk Vedeman, Sahara X GT Motorsports, followed by Frank en Robin, Pegassi Motorsport Delta. And finally, Koen van de Woestijnen, Duct Tape Racing. Here we go. A little bit of a reminder, if iRacing turns the lights green on the overlay, we do not start just yet. There's a dedicated start zone where the GT3s are starting. So we will stay on the GT3 field. Mustang pace car is currently leading the pack. Here is GT3 and PCUP field, quite mixed. Here we have a look at our Mazda MX5 field. Take a little bit of a zoomed out view as we approach the bus stop chicane. Once we enter the formation zone, no weaving, braking whatsoever will be allowed by race control.
GT3s, ignore iRacing green, you are entering the formation zone.
On there on voice chat. So we're gonna ignore the iRacing green. DFB Motorsports will be the first to step on the throttle.
Formation zone.
Go around Lazurs, going down here will be the start zone.
GT3's approaching start zone.
And we are off and away we go. GT3 field has started. Into Eau Rouge they come for the first time.
Approaching start zone.
Let's head over to the PCUP field. They are off as well. The 113 steps on it, and there we go. To Eau Rouge they go as well. And then here are the MX5 runners. Jim Punter is the first one to step on the throttle in the start zone. This is the separate class start for the first time in Wishful Series. And then lastly, the Mazdas on their way as well. Everyone has started here. Wishful Series. We have a crash for Bjorn Klaasens. Let's have a look at what that was. It is coming out of Camel Straight and spin around for the 6.9 McLaren. Needs to get back onto the track. Manages to go on his merry way. Let's enable the driver details so we can look how are going. So Leclerc, Joris Ooms, very close together. A slow moving BMW. Gavin Paima seems to have some troubles. Scott Stoffers, meanwhile, has been notified as a crash. The number 19 Iron Lions Motorsport 90. It's on his own and coming back onto the track, taking out the McLaren as well. Very, very unfortunate to have it gone that way. And meet the Boofer also coming back on track. The number 3 Vortex has crashed as well. What is going on? Oh, other side. Let's see what happened there. Is it a self-spin as well? Or was there some contact? Trying to get out of the wall and off the wall. No, it was on his own. It was fully on his own. Into Blanchiment with the first time. Cold tires and quite a hard hit is the result. Simon Ebert entered the pit lane in the stricken 83 McLaren. Let's have a look. Dante Olivia is leading in the GT3 field, followed by the DDK Racing Team, driven by Kevin Daniels. It's Lucas Romano in a fight. And Melvin is flashing his lights. Let's head on board. Trying to make a dive there. He's not. Needs to wait. Looking to make a move. Going into Pujon maybe. Close action further on in the field. Dominic Schmidt, no laps, no impact. Fighting with Thiago Reiser in front, Archie Bennett behind. Already starts to see some spreading in PCUP field. It's Gio Sheffield, following by Jeremy Schwarzer. We'll have a look at all the incidents and replays in just a moment. Peter Lemkens in the GT3. How's that gonna work? He updated Porsche Cup cars in iRacing are quite fast. Thank you, Smile. The overlays. It's appreciated. A lot of hard work goes into these things. One GT3 mixed with the bunch. And there we go, Peter Lemkens down the inside in the bus-stop chicane and manages to get the position cleanly. Let's have a look. A little bit further on, Jelle Verstraeten in battle with the Pegasus Porsche. A little bit of a scrabble, but manages to get it right. Now on the inside, attacking is Damon. Down the inside, let's what's happening. How is the exit gonna be? They make it too wide. Jelle manages to stay in front. Let's go to the MX5. Simon van Dijk took over the first position. Now Kim Punter in P2. You can see them. Almost a bunch together. Well, only I think that was Koen. Yeah, he is losing the pack right now. A bit of an off track for Kim. That's how he lost the lead. There we go. Simon didn't wait around. Took his chance when the opportunity arises. There we go. Okay, let's have a little look if we can. Okay, let's start with the most heavy incidents. This is nothing. Then they have the crash for Bjorn Klaassen. We've seen that. First lap. Tuck and spin. Then we have a crash for Scott Stoffers. 90 Pegasus Porsche. We've seen that as well. Into the gravel trap he goes and back on onto the track. And there's another incident regarding this 90 Porsche. I think it might be the pit exit here being described as a crash due to the car going so slowly. Yeah, he's having difficulty steering and getting the car cleanly into pit lane, but he manages to do it. Let's see if we can find some off tracks. Oh. Simon went off the track in lap 1. That was the collision. Then we have Gavin Palima, the slow-moving BMW. What happened here? Want to see if there's just technical difficulties. Ooh, slow spin. Almost a spin. Onto the curb. On the exit, I believe. No, it's even before that. Manages to catch it. That might... Oh, yeah. I think... Yeah, you don't want to be in first gear. There. Is that just the overlay? No. It's not gonna work out. Switching it into first gear. And there goes your engine. Oh, that's a hell of a bummer. That's not what you want. Alright, back to the fights. Gio Sheffield is now very much under threat for Emil, trying around the outside into Pujon. That's not gonna work. You need to wait for a better position. And now around the outside. .113 Eagle Academy car. Fends this quite nice. Keeps the position. Little breakaway of 4 cars in PCUP class. Let's set the gap times to interval. Make it a little bit better to see the internal gaps between the cars. It is very much a fight in GT3 as well. Mixed up with the Mazda MX5s. Let's go. Let's stay on with the MX5s for a bit to see the carnage. There we go. GT3 getting tucked behind. Going up to Rouge. Everything's gonna be fine. Everything's gonna be good. I hope I don't see anything red flash across my screen. Do have 2 replays we need to watch in a bit. But this all seems to work out into Camel. What's the Aston gonna do? Switch between them? Yeah, blending in nicely. That's a late move for the Porsche. He gets it stopped. And this is how you lose time as a GT3. But yeah, the Mazdas can just disappear out of the way. Kim Punter regained the lead. Jornaerts in the BMW is mixing himself into the GT3 field. Meanwhile, at the front, Dante Olivia still leading. But Kevin Daniels is right there. Let's have a look at the replays because we have a crash from Jelle Verstraeten. Together might be with Yves van Zande, yeah. Are they coming together in the bus stop chicane? Yeah. Oh! Didn't expect that to happen. And then we can see Yves van Zande as well. Was attacking into the bus stop. On the exit. And too much. Spinning it on his own. Manages to keep out of the wall. Yes. Okay. Meanwhile, Simon Ebert has left the pit lane again, rejoining the race. We rejoin the race with a move for 3rd position by Lucas Romano. And manages to get that position. Now the Mercedes Bravo, the Mustang, excuse me, now in the Mercedes Vortex sandwich. How about Jorn on to Camel Straight? Let's hop on board. Getting into the tow, into the slipstream train. And Mustang also has a tow behind. Might not be as effective as you might have wanted. Trying to set himself up, but Mustang is defending. Sander Rij just passed by Roy Maas. And Peter Lemkens going through the GT3 field. He only has to clear Timil. Jeremy Schwartz behind, getting a move on at the end of the Camel Straight. Late braking. Doesn't get the move done, but thumbs up for the clean, hard, fair racing. Yves van Zande also trying to get a move, and there is a fight in Mazda MX5 as well. It's Kim versus Simon. And behind is Marcin Junk, Dirk Vedeman. Now Marcin Junk needs to handle the Porsche Cup. That's the track map, so on, so you can see when the pack is starting to catch the MX5s again. They are now clear. That's all fine and dandy. Albert van Beek behind. This has the Pegasus Porsche behind now on the inside. That's a great move. Ivan Sander spotted the mistake. Took the action. And up the position. Bavo is now... has been overtaken by Jorn. And now Melvin as well. Tries to re-overtake. No. No move there. Have a look at Peter Lemkens. Now still trying to clear the last PCUP driver. That's the class leader for them. Dante Olivia is still leading, but Kevin Daniels is closer than he has been all race long on the outside. Still roar past us there. No move yet. Jeremy Schwarzer is now being cleared. By Gio Sheffield, who was our pole starter, but now in second position. Simon van Dijk still behind. And it's Marcin Junk who manages to just about attach himself to the lead pack. Dirk Vedeman is kind of in a spot of his own. Tim de Hond 1.2 seconds behind. There is Toe there. Oh, Simon van Dijk is working together with Simon, with Kim. I believe they are trying to get away from Martin, but don't believe that's gonna work. Let's show the battle box as well. Might be nice. Yeah, there we go. Woohoo! Oh, there is the engine brake for Simon van Dijk. Yes, yes, engine brake Simon van Dijk. Well, put the gearbox overlay on screen. The dashboard. At the end of Camel Straight. Oh, the gearbox thing doesn't work. Yeah, but that car broke. Don't shift it too quickly. I said it during qualifying. This is problematic for these Mazdas. We have Yves Ozanda defending the 185. Just past Rob Nielsen. A few moments before here where that happened. One more time, this is the demise of Simon van Dijk. I believe that's too much damage. We are done. Henry Schwarzer alongside Gio Sheffield. In front. Gio Sheffield. We have Brecht Goedhals, who is passing the BMW, giving him space. Okay. No, tied up with back. That again, Simon Ebert went off track. The 83 mended his McLaren. A bit of an off track, but nothing too hard. Goodbye. Okay, let's go. Tim de Hond has reached the back of Dirk Vedeman. This might be an interesting battle for these two. Or are they starting to work together? We got a little bit close to Marcin Jung, who is now on his own because Simon disappeared from there. The lead for Kim Punter is 1.2 seconds. That might be just enough for Marcin to attach himself and go onto the back of the ORNL Endurance MX5. Peter Lemkens is still in battle with the leading PCUP car. The times are very much close to each other. Another €5 donation has come in. I'll re-enable the battle box. Charis, €5. We have Jordi de Cler on to Camel with Sander Rij behind. That's a little bit of a better line for Sander. Let's see if he can set up a move to get into 7th position. See if he can get up the incident form as well for us to have a look at. That's the wrong one. I need to this one. There are 2 current reports being made, but those are both test reports. So no active investigation from the race stewards. No move from Sander there as well. See Yves van Zande in the Porsche Cup, and then it's a little bit hairy in GT3. Have Melvin there with Kevin Daniels. Melvin is in front of Kevin Daniels, braking. Oh, Lasso's hairpin keeps the car in front, but just a hair. And it's a nice terrain of GT3s. Dante Olivia clears the Mustang of the Mazda MX-5s again. Melvin does as well. Kevin Daniels might get a little bit stuck there. Yeah, it's Bravo fella on the outside. That's gotta be a code brown for those MX-5 drivers. Archie Bennett is also using the Pegassi MX-5 to get across. I don't know if that's gonna stand though. You might need to give back the position. That's one more MX-5 down. And there is Kim Punter being quite clear on his intended race line. Kevin Daniels needs to go around the outside, as is protocols. Double cars stay on the race line. Jordi de Cler behind is also managing his way. So this has been the second time they have caught the MX-5 runners. Let's have a look at P9. There's a yellow flag here with Yves van Zande, but I don't really. There might be a slowdown penalty, and there we go. Jim Dumoulin, 4th position in PCUP, having to deal with a GT3. Albert van Beek. We have Archie Bennett clearing the MX-5s. Jeremy de Boeuf clearing it as well. We have Tamil going. He has to deal with the MX-5s next as the PCUP leader. Have some replays to look at once this finishes. He is followed on track by Peter Lemkens still. Roy Maas into pit lane. And then is that a... Oh no, no, he was not into pit lane. There's a little bit of a glitch in the system, I think. Archie Bennett around the outside into Eau Rouge. What a move. Manages to get the car in front. Then Dominic Schmidt, sorry. Also trying to... There's no momentum in the Aston of Roy Maas. How about Jeremy de Boever? The Lambo from Race Community gets in front. LCT Racing. No laps, no impact, sorry. It's me, Peter Lemkens, once again. Battling it out in the PCUP field. How about Kim Punter in the traffic? Still about a second. Tim de Hond has not done anything of a move on Dirk Vedeman, who's currently in third position. Another 20 euros of donation has come in. It's going quite nicely. The first 20, only 24 minutes into the race. Oh my god. 15 euros from Mark. Thank you very much, Mark. Feel like we've been racing for an hour with all this action. Oh, Joris Ooms a little bit off track, but keeps going. Iago is putting the pressure. It's feeling the pressure from Ivo van der Linde, I should say. Is there gonna be a move into the bus stop chicane? Are they able to wait that long? Because he's quite close. He needs to use that momentum. Has to be a bus stop move. Will it be a bus stop move? Let's have a look. Uses the outside. And a late move on the inside. No, not working. How about Jeremy de Boever on the 21 Aston? No, also not working. Peter Lemkens maybe, the GT3 versus a PCUP. You can see the headlights turned on the PCUP. They are turned off on the GT3. Although they are turned on the McLaren GT3 behind, so don't take my word for it. Dante Olivia has Lucas Romano on his back. And more importantly, his teammate from Vortex 12 is behind. What a shame for the 90 car and the McLaren. We are very sorry for lap 1 incident. Adrian Berger. Yeah, that's unfortunate. But it's one of those things in motor racing, albeit simulator motor racing. But yeah, these things happen. It's good to read that there's no bad blood there though. Ivo van der Linde of a connection issue there, I believe, for Dante Olivia in the Aston. Marcin Junk has attached himself to Kim Punter. One PCUP going there. That was a Porsche GT3. Another PCUP is coming up behind and clears them quite nicely actually. So Kim Punter, with all his pace, is not able to drive away from the pack. Well, that being said, they have a 7.3 second gap to Dirk Vedeman and Tim de Hond, who are also working together. Then 12 seconds across is Franken Robin in the Pegassi Motorsport Delta. Driver information seems to have offset itself a little bit. But okay. Oh, side by side through Blanchimont. Not side by side through Blanchimont. That's the better thing to do there. Let's see if the GT3 sticks down the inside. No, doesn't do it. Doesn't do it. Peter Lemkens. I feel like this is gonna be something we see all race long, because the pace is like exactly the same for these guys. Jeremy Schwartz might be having a little bit of a sweaty hands with that big, bold, angry Mercedes behind, because there's the move once again. Peter Lemkens down the inside in the bus stop. Gets the car stopped, gets underway. Jeremy Schwartz will not like this, because he is trying to fight with Samuel in front, who is driving away ever so slightly. Diago behind on Camel Straight, battling with the Sea Wench. Porsche GT3. So this is a class battle. Trying to go along the outside and getting it done into the braking zone. Maxime. Yeah, all the fighting from Jeremy Schwarzer and Peter Lempens in front has got him right into the mix. Battle for podium positions are on. There is Gio Sheffield as well behind. That McLaren, Joris Ooms. It's very close behind Wesley. This is a battle for P5 in pickup class. Hans Blankard in pit lane, the 21 car. That was the 21 car. Was driven by Roy Maas at that point. But Roy Maas went off the track. He was already driving slowly here. Let's see if we can... There we go. This might be it. This seems to be some sort of technical issue. Or just dirty tires and going off. Because he then jumped pits. Oh, we'll see. Do I see a car stuck in third position? I do, I believe. Yeah, I think that's what happened there. Well, back to our resident fighter in pickup, Jeremy Schwarzer. Now battling with Maxime. The gap to the GT3 is growing a bit. Back in front, Dante Olivia. There is the 88 pickup. Let's check that livery while we are there, shall we? Where's the car? Where's the car? Where's the car? Front is Will's house. There we go. 88 car. Seems that the spec map is now loaded correctly. There we go. Dante Olivia down the inside. Because Romano tries to do the same. It's gonna be a little bit tricky there. But he gets the job done. It feels like Jeremy Schwarzer has been on for like a few minutes. Total airtime. But yeah, he keeps fighting. As does Tim de Hond and Dirk Vedeman. Let's hop on board. But let's see how fast these MX5s go. And then, for good measure, let's take a look at one of the GT3s at the same part of the track. For a little bit. Oh, change of lead. Lucas Romano getting into this part of the track. Pedal box on, and let's see, side by side into the bus stop. This is for P1 in GT3 class. We have a new race leader. It's now Vortex, DFB Vortex. And how about Jorn? Is he gonna go as well? That might be a little bit too optimistic. And he decides the better of it. Is there gonna be contact? No, not gonna be contact between Dante Olivia and Lucas Romano. And now the number 12, Jorn, is in front. Bashing. Going through Eau Rouge. Is that gonna work? Side by side. There's MX5s in front again. And contact. Bashes the 12 out of the way. And banging again. 3 wide on to Campbell Straight. How did this work? And the Porsche is mixing himself in. Melvin now into second position. Dante Olivia manages to lose 2 positions, but fiercely defends the battle between the number 12 Vortex. That's going hard to hard. And it was on the brink of going all wrong with the MX5s there. And now Dante Olivia needs to attach himself, needs to clear the MX5s. do clear the MX5's GT3 class. Oh, that's the number 12 there. Is he gonna clear? Sorry for the switching about. Is he gonna clear the MX5 leader? Yeah, it all worked out. Marcin Junk now on 1.3 seconds. The traffic's gonna be insane this race. Back to the lead fight. Melvin versus Lucas Romano now. Lucas Romano is about a second away, so the actual fight is between Dante, Jorn and Melvin on your screen right now. And a spin for DFB Motorsports and into the wall. Dante Olivia with the spin. Let's have a look if we can get that any closer. There we go. And did it all on his own, manages to catch it, but the wall was there nonetheless. Seems to be damaged for the DFB 25 car. Is it also a meatball though? It is not a meatball, so he'll be able to continue. Further up in the field, it is Dominic Schmidt battling it out with the number 3 Vortex. And then there is a PCUP battle with a GT3 mixed into it. And Koen van der Woestijn now manages to get on the back of Franken Robin, which is for P5, and a PCUP gets through. The 113 currently in 4th position. PCUP class. Donation wise, €2,000, 2,025 euros. Well, somebody needs to donate €1 to get it on 2026, right? The battle in 8th and 9th position, Jelle Verstraeten versus Ivo Zalde. A little bit further up in the field, it's Wesley versus Joris. Joris, is he gonna get moved on at the end of Camel Straight? Nope, he waits, Dante Olivia. Down the inside of the PCUP. 8-8 PCUP. Seems to have lost his speed with the possible damage on the Aston Martin. It is Joni de Klerk behind, who is gaining. Racecommunity.nl red. The 185 car has a outstanding slowdown penalty, I believe. And we have... Oh. I think Simon van Dijk wanted to have a little bit of a chat. Been a little bit busy with all the different battles and action going on. We'll have a look if Simon returns to the broadcast waiting room and we'll have a chat with him about what he did. Stefan de Grevelen has crashed. Comes up on my screen. It's the yellow, the orange cup in your screen, the number 147 car. And it's not a crash, it's a slow spin. I'd love for SDK aiming to do something about that, because it all looks quite heavy. Joni de Klerk is now a little bit further away from Dante Olivia, so let's have a look at the lap times. Best lap time for Dante Olivia is a 2:16.2, last one 2:16.8, leaders 2:16.4 and 6, so doesn't seem that the damage is that heavy. Joining us now is Simon. Good evening, Simon. Are not so good for you after all, I believe. Yeah, we saw that a little bit too fast down through the gears and engine went bang. as you just know. Yeah. Oh, well, a little bit of a fun fact. A few corners later on the track, there was a BMW shifting from fourth into first, doing the same thing. So you're not alone. So I know it's been a little bit of a tricky point. How was traffic as an MX5 driver? Oh, so I've spoken the infamous too much damage, we are downwards too soon for you.
So yeah, we're just going to take it down, go back on track and finish the race because if I'm correct, you also get a point for each lap, if I'm correct? So
Yeah, let me just get the rule book out because I've printed out the whole rule book. That's how I am. Yeah, the number of laps are driven are also awarded as a point. But you have to finish the race, of course.
Yeah, exactly. So that's why if we don't want to be sitting duck in the championship, then we still need to finish the race. So
Yeah. So you'll unless something else happens, you'll finish 7th in class, awarding you 8 points plus completed laps.
Yep, exactly. That's the goal.
It's gonna be okay. So yeah, the Wishful 2026 series hadn't got not a good start for you. I feel like you were quite good on pace in this Mazda.
Yeah. I was following Kim. I think he's a bit faster than me. So that was my goal, just to try to keep up with him, and that went pretty well. So yeah, until that point I had a pretty good feeling on the race. So traffic was okay. So yeah.
Okay. Well, that's good to hear. Next race, we are off to the Hungaroring, I believe, and then Hockenheim. It's those are vastly different tracks to Spa because there's a massive tow here at Kemmel and Rouge as well. So how do you feel that's going to shuffle the field?
Yeah, I think traffic will be even more important there than here, I think, on Hungaroring. So we will see. It's not really, in my mind, a multi-class race track, to be honest, but we'll see.
No, that's
try to survive, and that's it. So.
That's a fun thing as well that I've looked at because I don't believe there are any real life series running multi-class on the Hungaroring. So that's that might be because of something, but at the other hand, it might be a fantastic race to be watched while we see Thiago and Archie Bennett going at it into Eau Rouge. They managed to get it done. This is especially a tricky part of the track when you are catching an MX5 car into Eau Rouge. I've seen that happening with the GT3 going off the track on the outside and one on the inside, and there were two MX5s fighting as well, so it is tricky from time to time.
Yep, it can be a bit of a sitting duck when you just enter Eau Rouge, hoping for the GT3 to leave enough space on top of the hill to survive. So, but yeah, like I said, for now overall the racing feels good and the traffic feels good too. So,
absolutely. Kim Punter not able to drive away. Marcin Junk then has a gap from 1.5 seconds, but now is back on to the rear bumper. Let's see if there's going to be a move into the bus stop chicane, and if not, yeah, that's all fine. Okay, it was nice talking to you, Simon, and I wish you the best of luck in the rest of the race. How long are the repairs still going for?
7 minutes and 27 seconds.
Oh, that's not that long. We haven't even finished the first hour of the race. Anything can happen.
Yep, so that's right.
All right. Best of luck to you and Harry, and let's go.
Thanks, man.
Okay.
Good luck.
And back to the waiting room. He went. Simon van Dijk filling us in about the money shift. Fight in front. It's the 89 versus the 2 Vortexes into La Suze hairpin. Iron Lions Motorsport is leading the race. Was briefly passed there by Lucas Romano, and now the 2 Mercedes. That's gotta be a sight in your rear view mirror, right? 2 of those big bad Mercedeses. Let's see. From the all boards of Melvin MX5s, it's 1 down, it's 2 down, and a clean pass there on the Camel Straight. That's what you want to see. Iron Lions once again survived the Camel Straight with the 2 Vortexes behind. 71 BMW now in front and sticking on the race line like it should. Nice clean pass for the Mercedes. There's Archie Bennett fighting with the other Vortex on the inside. Doesn't get the move quite done yet. Jeremy de Boever there in the number 3 Vortex. There is Dirk Vedeman. Oh, no, that's Tim de Hol. Frank Robin, excuse me. The Mach Speed Racing 349 team has a slowdown penalty. It's been served here at Camel Straight. Koen van de Woestijnen in the WD-40 MX5. Totally 1 meatball. Currently being served by the equipped from Simon van Dijk, ESR United Miata. 3 wide into Blanchimont. This is for the leading GT3, and we have a new leader. It's the number 12 Vortex. Almost contact there. Is the Porsche going to get it back? Immediately goes for the outside move into the bus stop. Gets squeezed, gets squeezed. There's contact between them. There's contact between them. This is inevitable. There is contact in the bus stop between them, and the Porsche leading again. That's for race control to have a look at. Currently it's Melvin on the inside for the La Suze hairpin. And gets it cleared, and now the run is for Lucas Romano. Pavel Fallon is now on 1.2 seconds. Might just be able to get it though. It has to look back to Kevin Daniels as well. Meanwhile, Jeremy de Boever is having to defend the 5.7 Thiago Reiser on the inside. There we go, and Archie Bennett is trying to profit from that as well. GT3s are bunched up a little bit more going through the race. Now it's Thiago has to defend from the Vortex Mercedes with a hell of a lot of momentum. Let's see, decides to not quite fully defend on Camel Straight. No, it's gonna go fine. There is the A&R Endurance Miata in middle of the pack. Let's see how he copes with that. E21 Aston is there. Oh, they look so small, those Miatas. There is Kim Punter. Now has a gap. But there are GT3s all over the place. And you might think these GT3s are so quick they can just fly by, but you lose a hell of a lot of pace in GT3. Let's see, there's a crash. Yeah, we have seen it. Let's see it once more. In the slow-mo, yeah, it's hard battling hard. And we'll have to take a look. The 89 is alongside, yeah, in my opinion, as a broadcaster, I'm not race control. The 12 turned in while the 89 was still there. So we'll have to take a look if, one, if it gets reported, and two, what race control has to say about it. Melvin currently still on top. Lucas Romano is still very much a threat though. Peter Lemkens is slowly making his way through the PCUP field now. Is behind Samuel, which is the PCUP leader, and there's Jules Miata again in the middle of all the action. And the Vortex number 3 car, is it? No, it's a 6-7 car, Peter Lemkens. It has a blacked out number board for some reason on the car. Well, Jeremy the Mover. Oh, that's gonna go. Get a little bit crowded there. Now on the inside. 5-7 big Porsche goes. Thiago Reiser gets the position from Archie Bennett. There's Jeremy the Mover behind. There's a multi-class battle here because there's also PCUP involved. That's the pink one. Calm down, says Simon. Well, yeah. We are 49 minutes into the race and I feel like my voice is already going. Now take a look at the leading battle. Is there gonna be a move from Mr. Lucas Romano into the bus stop chicane? The toe is there. That's a thing that's for sure. Still a little bit too far. And behind, Pavo is defending Kevin. Dante Olivia is managing to get himself back to the top positions. Gonna be the mover. Behind the PCUP from the Porsche GT3, I must say, from Archie Bennett. Is there gonna be a move from the Vortex Mercedes? Not quite. And Jorn Naats on Yves van Zande. And Kim Punter got what he wanted. He got a gap 3.7 seconds now, and given the pace he has been showing in practice, he'll try to stretch that gap before Piotr Schinkel later take the wheel. Yves van Zande needs to try and run away from the BMW behind with the MX5 in front of it there. Archie Bennett on Campbell Straight with the number 3 Vortex once again. He has a tow from the 5.7 in front, so that helps him. The gassed up Motorsports PCUP GT3. Damn it. Happened to quite a few times. And Pavo still needs to defend. Listen to that marvelous what mistake sound. You love to hear that. Jeremy the Mover once again on the inside, which is now turning into the outside on Archie Bennett. Battle for position, and he gets it done. Up next, Thiago Reiser. Melvin has a 3/10 gap. Is this enough to mitigate anything of a move there? Well, Kevin Daniels is not backing boot. Thiago and Jeremy the Mover. Jeremy is putting in some nice moves around the outside, which will, if he can keep the car there, turn to the inside for the bus stop chicane. This might turn into a slowdown penalty. We're gonna make it 3 wide. Archie thinks the better of it, and now is the Vortex gonna... Yeah, he's gonna turn in as well. This is a carbon copy of what we've seen earlier. I'll leave any deciding with race control. Have a look at the report sheet. They are not reporting anything just yet, the teams. Samuel is on the back of Peter Lemkes once again, and there is Jeremy Schwartz. No! Almost runs into the back. Maybe didn't calculate the slow turning radius of the GT3 in front. Now Thiago and Archie Bennett are back at it again. It's a nice livery, I must say, the gas up livery. Grey and the green, black. Back to this fight. It's again, once again, yeah, these pickups, they run so fast on the straight. It's insane. Tim de Hond has Franken Robin behind him. No, he's in behind Dirk Vedeman. But I feel like this has been for multiple laps trying to catch up. There is a change in leadership in GT3. And it's now Lucas Romano, the 29 Vortex car, in the lead. But he did it right before Blanchimont. So now the 89 has a toe, goes for the outside move. Doesn't make it alongside, no. He's brought in Bavo right into tow. He can really unleash that mighty Mustang and get a little bit closer, and then we have a 1, 2, 3, 4 four-way fight. 5-way fight. Up to Olivia, 6. Really nice racing here in the Wishful Series. Recht goed hals. Haven't seen him quite a while. DFB Motorsports Baguette. Porsche Cup, 7th position, trying to attack Joris Ooms in the Mach Speed Racing. Tim de Hond, meanwhile, still glued to the back of Dirk Vedeman, trying to get some nice laps. As well, that is Franken Robin doing with Koen van der Woestijn. Eh? And it's pit stop time. Johnny Leclerc, Thiago Reiser and Archie Bennett are heading into pit lane. So 55 minutes into the race, first pit stop time, GT3. Will there be any driver changes? A lot of GT3s are also not pitting, so this is by all means an early stop for these guys. Archie Bennett out of the car, Matt Gatter now in the 346 racing car. Tony Leclerc stays in the seat. It's the same for Thiago Reiser. Let's have a look. Melvin still at the front of the field. The 29 Vortex to defend from. Followed by Bavo, Kevin and Jorn and Dante. They're all within, let's see, 1.1 seconds. There's a pickup. 147 car, mixing it up, and an MX5. Oh my god. And it's once again the ANR endurance from Marcia Jung. Full on in the action. Melvin is getting it done. There is the leading, the MX5 car peeling into the pit lane. Going in front of the 29 Vortex, who now also peels off into pit lane. Does Bavo, Voller and Dante Olivia, Melvin and Kevin and Jorn are putting in another lap though. It's a good thing the pit limit is the same for every car. Look how small that MX5 looks behind the big GT3 cars. I believe this will be a driver change incoming for the ORNL equipment. And a lot of more pit stop. Lucas Romano now into pit lane. Bavo Vallen, Dante Olivia. Jeremy de Boever also in the number 3 Vortex. Dominic Schmidt behind him in the Lamborghini. Coming into pit lane. We have Brecht Hals, who's going for another lap. Trying to catch Joris Rob Eason in the race community PCUP. Trying to catch the on colder tires, driving Thiago Reiser after his stop. We got Claesens in the McLaren in pit lane, Peter Lemkens in pit lane, in the other Vortex. Rechtgoedhals now going up through the positions because PCUPs didn't stop yet. You can see a lot of PCUPs now in the overall top 10 of the race. There is Kim Punter, he's going for another stint. So he's gonna try and extend the gap even more. Dante Olivia, Joni Leclerc side by side. Dante Olivia trying to get some temperature in his tires. We have another donation coming in. 2,035 euros from Sibe, just because. Did you guys underfueled yourself? Question from Smile. Well, I don't know. I'm not mixing up in any strategic moves from Pure and Kim tonight. I'm an independent broadcaster for that. Melvin is in pit lane. Our race leading GT3. Will he stay in the car? Jorn is behind him. Kevin Daniels is behind him. Sander Rij in the Lamborghini behind him. Let's head on board with Melvin for his pit stop. Iron Lions Motorsport 89. And the race control is investigating the lap 20 incident for the number 12 car. To have a look at the number 12 car, which is Jorn. And lap number 20, which is this crash. This is what race control is investigating right now. The 89 versus the 12. Which was a carbon copy of what happened earlier between Vortex and the 89. Now back on on the lead of the race, Jeremy Schwarzer in his PCUP. This is what pit stops will do for you. Melvin has stayed behind the wheel and is now back on the track on Campbell Straight. With Jorn now behind and the number 12 Vortex followed by Kevin Daniels right on his tail. And the one lap more. So driven one lap longer and they have extended the gap a little bit to this Dante Olivia. Van der Linde now behind the wheel. LCT Racing Iron Alliance. Jago still behind the wheel. Matthijs op den Dries took the wheel in the race community Lamborghini. Jonas now one of the last GT exits pit lane. Jeremy Schwarzer and Samuel going for another lap. So it's a little bit of a different stint length with these cars. Marcin Junk is now in front of the MX5 field due to the stop of Kim Punter. And Punter is putting himself out of sync. Thoroughly out of sync. And do we have Simon van... Yeah, we have Simon van Dijk back on track. The 206 MX5. Good to see him driving again. Joni Leclerc and It's now Wout Ballards behind the wheel of the Sim Formula Europe Mustang. On the outside! It's the number 29 car that had to brake for the MX5 there. It got a little bit hairy, but now they are back on the right track. Hans Blankart behind in the 21 Aston. I think it's on the inside of the BMW, who just went out of the pits. All tires. There is a slowdown penalty from Matthijs op den Dries, I believe. Yeah, the gap's growing and growing and growing. Let's go have a look. 3 wide on Camel Straight. Dante Olivia fighting back the position. There comes the Mustang, and Wout Ballards gets in front. Almost. Not quite. Still not clear. Still not clear. This is a great battle to see. Now he has the inside for the next corner again. Wout Ballards now has the position. Dirk Pouts in the 29 Vortex. Oh, big snap for Johnny Leclerc. Manages to get it on the track. The number 12 Vortex. Oh, contact! Dante Olivia. Manages to keep it on the track, but what a save. Now Johnny Leclerc on the inside. Manages to clear it just. And there is another MX5 again. You get 1, 2, 3 and 4 GT3s. Didn't mind it there, I believe. Wout Ballards in the Mustang. Defending from Dante Olivia. Meanwhile, it is starting to become pit stop time in PCUP class. And a spin and a crash. Matt Getter. There we go. The gas stop went off track and into the wall. Quite hard into the wall as well. Tony van der Linde also. And we just seen that. That's a substantial damage as well. On the colder tires. Now back to the fight at the front. Dante Olivia. And Wout Ballards. Now it's PCUP. Pit stop time. Steve is taking the wheel of the 113. Wout Barrett is in the 126. Equity Esports now. It is Johnny Leclerc and Wout Ballards still behind. Number 12. Vortex did clear his slowdown penalty, but now has Matthijs op den Dries right behind. Elbe van Beek doing a longer stint than some of the other PCUP cars, giving him some positions. Now up 12 where he started. Dante Olivia is trying to get a move done. Oh, late braking into Pouhon, and he gets the position. Wout Ballards, can he do something about it? Number 12. A little bit of off track there. Manages to keep it going. Jeremy Schwarzer into pit lane. One of the front runners in PCUP class. As does Wesley Peels. Flying Dutchman too. Could be a typo in the team name. Joris Ooms in the Max Speed Racing. Porsche comes into pit lane, as does Brecht Goedhals, DFB Motorsports. And Yves van Zanden in the 101 Pegassi Racing. There's op den Dries. GT3s are now going back into overall lead with Melvin on in front, and he did a nice bit of driving there, getting him almost in the lead of the whole pack, because Maxime is still going. Quite a long stint for him. Melvin now in the lead of GT3 again. 5 seconds to Kevin Daniels. Do we have any word on anything from race control? We have the race incident between the number 12 and the Iron Lions Motorsport 89 car, which we have seen, which was investigated, is now a no further action. Race control deems it as a race incident. Dante Olivia is moving up and got rid of Walt Mallards. And now tries to get a move done on the Aston in front, which is Joni Leclerc. Hello KSLN. Welcome. Up on board with Dante Olivia for the remainder of this lap. Try and see what we can do. 2,035 euros is still current donation amount. Donation link is pinned on top of YouTube chat. If you want to watch the live timing and the driver tracker, its URL is ORNL.nl/live. And the move is here. Move was here. The move is not here. Some very nice pictures coming in the Post Your Pictures Discord channel. We love to see that. Leclerc still trying to. It seems like they're Bouts in front. Yeah, he had to do a slowdown penalty, and now he's right back into this fight. Maxime Dumoulin now heads into pit lane. One of the last pickup runners. Where does he come back in terms of Jeremy Schwarzer, who is right here? Still has a way to go. It's now Quinten for Flying Dutchman getting out of pit lane. Jim Dumoulin. Jeremy Schwarzer. Might be a good stop for Maxime. Let's see. 5 seconds. In the bus stop. Well, I'm still stationary. So Jeremy will get that position because he never make that. Jeremy Schwarzer gonna go back in to leading position in GT3 field. Dumoulin is driving again. He is now up 9 positions, now up 8. Let's see where he gets out. Back onto the track. Where is Bart? There is Bart. That's gonna be a little bit tight. Maybe the exit. Where is the Maxime? Maxime is there. We'll have to foresee that position as well, but back in P3. So a good stop, up 7 positions. We have a crash reported for Quinten Klumpert. Let's have a look what happened here. No one around, so it might be a slow spin on his own. Onto the curb, and the rear of the car says no. Holds his brakes like he should. And even gets out of the way. And there we go. A rejoin. Which we love to see executed like that. Then it's Dirk Bouts. Going a little bit through the field. He's flashing his lights as well. Got passed by Dante Olivia. Now fighting with Walt Mallards. Mallards at the outside. Not capable of finishing the move. Still tucked in behind the Mercedes. I see one of the race community cars got a 40-second penalty for a unsafe pit entrance. That's an iRacing automated penalty. Let's have a look. Koen van der Woestijnen was noted for crashing in my system. Let's see. Loses the back end of his MX5. Finds another spot of tarmac to turn the car around. Nice little 3-point turn there. And off he goes. Need to switch back to Yoni Leclerc because their fight is full on there with Dante Olivia. Tries to cross back one of the higher speed parts of the track. Is he gonna get a move? Tries the outside. Can't do it, and Dante Olivia successfully gains a position back into P5 now. He did a Flaming and went off track in the number 3 vortex. Yeah, that's an off track. It's not a slowdown though, it's not that serious. Need to look at something else as only GT3s also. Jeremy Schwarzer is leading PCUP car. 10 seconds is the gap to Bart Barrett in the 126 Equity Esport. Behind is Dumoulin, who has the 21 Aston. Should have some damage from his incident with the wall at this point. Track. The P10 Thiago Reiser is having a slowdown penalty on the straight. Don't need to serve that. Point 2 in the mix with the MX5. And so it seems indeed that the ORNL team is doing a different strategy. Or they might have just made a mistake, didn't put too much fuel into the car, into the race. Dirk Bouts and the Mustang on the outside. Let's see if there is action incoming. So we enter the last part of the track. 1 hour and 16 minutes into the race. Has a look down the inside, but it's too far. Too far. Donuts down the inside of the 113 Porsche. Looked a little bit too close for comfort. Now it's Otto Garis up next to get by the BMW. Dirk Bouts, Wout side by side, not side by side. Got mixed up in the pickup field. Now, Dirk Bouts on the outside with the Mazda again. Does he get the move done? This is not the best camera for that. Let's go. No, not yet. And Blankaart clear the pickup. I think Hogeveen had a crash. Seems in the 185 Cup. It's not a crash, it's a spin. That's it. Yeah. It might be a little bit of an elevated heart rate there for the MX5 going around the corner. Yannick can go further in the race. 5 back with Otto, fighting for P4 with Steve in front. Top on board with the PCUP, we haven't done that. Also dignified gearbox whine, 992.2 Porsche Cup machine. Oh, that's wide. Manages to hold on. The car in front also has a tow from one of the GT3s. It's Your Nuts in front. There's Kim Punter on the side. He's thinking, I'm not gonna stay in the race line. That's the Mach Speed Racing Porsche. That's Dries Morris. Came from behind and heavily defending. And now Otto Corries is down 1 spot. We have another incident reported to our replay system. No! Yeah, that's the first MX5. Okay. Oh, this is gonna be a hard one. Oh. It's not what you wanted to see. It's the most unfortunate place to catch an MX5. Nothing more to say about that. It's just terrible. It's a bit of netcode as well. I think if not netcode, the contact might have been inevitable there. And then yeah, there's nothing he can do at this point. Just brace for impact. Here's the wall. Quite hard at that. Back to Dirk Boutsen and Wout Mallars. This fight is intensifying by the lap. And he makes something happen into the bus stop. Not there yet, sorry. Off. The unique Leclerc Aston Martin is distancing himself on the horizon a little bit. Now the tow is here for the Mustang. What is he gonna do? The 21 car behind is not in the same lap, I believe. And it's not gonna be a move. How about Dumoulin versus Wout Barret PCUP fight? This is for second position in PCUP class. Well, let's have a look at the incident sheet. No news to share there. We'll get back to the action because they are very close in front and the McLaren behind is mixing in as well. And there's an MX5. All the classes in one screen. MX5 does mix up a little bit in the field, in the fight here. But yeah, that's multi-class racing. Traffic giveth, traffic taketh away. Once again. Now, Wout Mallars is on the inside. Can he get his car in front? Yeah, he can. And that's one position gained. Up to P7 for Wout Mallars. Yegor is now on the back of the PCUP. Just gonna cost the 126 PCUP even more time. He already lost a little bit of time behind the MX5 there. Otto Corries and Dries Morris in front. Let's have a look at this fight. See if he can get a little bit closer into the toe onto Camel Straight. Little Service might be a little bit too far. Let's see what's gonna happen. First Eau Rouge, then Camel Straight. And the Mazda at a difficult spot, which causes him to back down and lose momentum. The 88 Porsche behind is not in the same lap. Builds house in the Iron Lions Motorsport 88 car. Ooh, on the outside there of the MX5. Let's have a look at the MX5 field, because there's Marcin Jung. And we have a disqualification for Brecht Goedhals. And race control is investigating the number 3 car, lap 23 incident. Let's have a look. Where is the number 3 car? Dieter de Vlaming. Let's have a look. That was lap 23. See anything about that? No. Because Dieter didn't arrive there. Search for car number. Yeah. Oh, I must go back in. And then up 20. Teammate Jeremy. Yeah, this incident from a while back. Which was 5-7. Yeah, the previous incident, it was kind of the same like this. Went off as a race incident by the stewards, so let's see what's gonna happen here. Meanwhile, Dries Morris is on the back of Steve. Onto Camel Straight, gets out of the tow and right alongside. And he gets the position done. While I looked at the race control sheet. And I think Timo van Dijk is about to gain a position because of the demise of the MX5 into the wall in oh, there he is, still heavily damaged. Don't know if they'll come back race again. Dries Morris now still in front of Steve, making it a successful pass. Diego Martins and Maxime de Melin. Interclass battle. There's Jorn to deal with an MX5. There is still Dirk Vedeman behind the wheel. I don't think the majority of the Mazda runners have pitted yet. Actually, they haven't. Hans Blanckaert in the LCT Racing Aston Martin. Number 21. Trying to get back up the field, now in 14th position. The 147 in front, which is not a car he's battling with for position. It's P10 in the P-Cups. Still 2,025 euros donation wise. Once again, donation link is on top of the YouTube chat. Pinned comment. If you can spare a few euros, only if you can spare it, I'd love to see it. We have an off track for Steve. Let's see. Which was while he was in front still. And this is why the Mach Speed Racing Porsche got so close. And ooh, got almost. If the Mazda wasn't there, he would have gotten the position right there. Okay. Next off track is for Leslie Brazil. With the gassed up Motorsports GT3. And taking on some damage. Now it's pit stop time for the Mazda MX5. Dirk Vedeman and Tim de Hond are coming into pit lane. And driver change. Smile is back in the car. Smile is also a driver I know quite well. He's been co-organizing the Green Hell Endurance Series over at ORNL. Live streams also available for that races. Very fun championship to run. Tony van der Linden in the LCT Racing Iron Alliance. 6-1 Aston Martin is battling for position. Race control is looking at the incident regarding the 29 car in lap 20. What is the 29 car? That's Dirk Bouts. Here we have him. Was in lap 20. Back. Or do I have to scroll back to see? Kind of a bit. I think it might be with this. Yeah, it might be this. This is the 12. But see, I believe no. Oh, it's another incident actually. Oh, it might be. No, that was a separate incident. It was this. Oh, race control is looking at it a little bit more in a different order. This was the first one that set it all off. Between Melvin and the number 12 Vortex. Is now driven by Jorn. Yeah, Jorn. Steve. And it's just to stick around at the back. Yeah, thank you, Seabit. Was blanchiment. Yeah, it's just a little bit tedious to look back in SD card, but we'll manage. Thank you. Thiago. 5-7. Quench Hydration 9PP Racing 5-7. That's a team name if I ever heard one. Let's have a look out across the field. Dirk Bouts. Tony van der Linden quite close to each other with an MX5 on the race line there. Oh, it's just sometimes I forget I still need to comment as well, just watching the race. We are 1.5 hours into this 5-hour spectacle of racing. There is a slowdown penalty for Adrian Berger in the number 90 Iron Lions Motorsport Porsche. These Morris and Steve are continuing to be close together. Sean Chisholm is now in the car, took over from Marcin Junk in the A&R Endurance Esports MX5, and Kim Punter is back into the lead. Race controls also looking at lap 33 incident regarding the 105. Just a little bit closer to where we are now. Quentin Klumpert. Lap 33. Might be getting the hang of this. Clumpert crashed. No, that's not what I meant. Oh well, I'll have to look. Obviously, with a damaged Porsche there, has Nick the back behind, has Stefan behind, excuse me. With the proud Nutanix sponsoring there on the nose of the machine, also the main sponsor for the Wishful Series this year. Together with Simwear.eu, Digitraqz, Simracing Center, ORNL.nl, iRacePlan, and Garage 61. Very nice names, very nice people behind those companies to sponsor, partner up with us to run this event for the 5th year in a row, and already 3rd year in a row here at ORNL Live. I'm very much pleased to be able to bring you all the action here at Spa-Francorchamps. Dirk Bouts in 29 Vortex manages to hold off Tony van der Linden for now. Matthijs op den Dries is going to get a little bit more pressure from Dante Olivia behind. It's a nice race for the race community. Lamborghini up 5 positions where they started. Stefan and Leslie are fighting. This is not for position. Leslie's driving a GT3, Stefan is driving a PCUP. Dries Morris and Jonaats also not for position, but Dries Morris and Steve Claes behind. Well, that's a fight for position. Dries Morris got ahead of Steve a few laps ago. Steve did manage to hold on, hang on, and fight back. Stefan is still firmly attached to the back of that GT3. We have an off-track from Pat Gedder, which is that same GT3, which is how he ended up right in front of the PCUP, I believe. That's one off-track, and we have another one a couple of corners later. The Porsche was already damaged, turns out to be quite a difficult car to drive when damaged, and now Stefan also did pass him, I believe. No, not yet. Roy Maas now in pit lane. Matt Ketter now also in pit lane. Lap 42 for the GT3 field. Actually, for the leading GT3 field, Dante Olivia. Matthijs op den Dries. 0.3 of a second is the gap between them. Behind Tony van der Linden. Maxime Dumoulin with a slowdown penalty. Currently in P2, losing touch with Jeremy Schwarzer, who's driving a splendid race in PCUP class. 11 seconds is the gap now. Can't tell anything useful for the MX5 class. The gap is 44 seconds, but Kim Punter is stopping off sequence, so it might be a little bit closer come end of the race. We'll have to wait and see. And although it is my team, I know just as much as you guys do. There we go, Steve. And Simon is still in the car, the 206, who still needs a few laps to get the position from Koen van Dijk, who is still in pit lane. Car is looking a little bit straighter again, but still no front end on that car. That Getter is also getting some repairs in pit lane. About Dirk Bouts and Tony van der Linden. Very close together now. Up on board with the 61 Aston Martin. Coming into the bus stop, the gap is too large to make anything happen there. And while we are on board, let's head... Oh, there! He went into pit lane. Tony van der Linden. Lap 44. I was about to get on board with Steve. His fight with Dries Morris, and notice the MX5 in front. Let's see how they make quick work of that. Steve, being a real life racer, having a race school, should know the racecraft, and he does. I think also knows the track like the back of his hand. Well, 0.3 of a second. Is it close enough to make a move? And also notice the MX5 in front is coming up very, very quickly. Gets shuffled wide a little bit. While was that? Yeah. The EBC brakes. Peek up. Oh, dive down the inside. Doesn't get it done, but gets the car stopped. Nice move. Nice try. Looking feisty. This is battle for 4th place in PCUP class. Another MX5 up ahead, but he moves out of the way. John Chisholm. Let's have a look at lap times regarding MX5. Last lap time around for Punter 49.4. John Chisholm 49.4. Smile 49.6. Sander van den Branden now in the car 49.5. Very close together, all these cars. Then Kenneth Franken behind the wheel, a 252. Duct tape racing 299. Morris again. Very, very close. Steve. Doesn't seem to be able to shake Steve off. Doesn't have to be. How about Ivo van der Linden going through MX5 traffic? We'll be keeping an eye out on... There's a black flag for the Flying Dutchman, Quinten Klumpert. Was that something that race control did, or do we have the first drive-through penalty for incident points? There's been a warning for car number 89. for the incident with the Vortex 67. And all the other incidents are deemed as race incidents and no further action. And now here we have the drive-through penalty for the 105. And then it doesn't help that this endurance style is a very, very long pit lane. And it looks so slow if you're inside a race car, no matter what race car. Goes out on track once again. The back with a slowdown penalty. That might be a little bit tricky. They don't think the Lamborghini knew. There was a slowdown penalty for the number 101 there. Dries Morris. As always, very close. Steve. And a slowdown penalty for Thiago Reiser as well. We'll put the Lamborghini from the Dominic Schmidt a bit closer. Slowdown penalty is now gone though. We have Derek Bouts in the Vortex 67. Isaac Dries passing the 83 McLaren for another lap. Lap traffic. Whoa. Close on exit in the MX5 there. Two race community cars in close approximation of each other there. .2 is now the gap between Steve and Dries, and now he is closer than he was before. Is there gonna be a move? Not yet. Reloading my overlay. Try if I can fix the offset on the driver details box. But yet. Might be able to fix something. Car. That might be it. There we go. Got to turn on the car. Well, that's nice to come by 1 hour and 48 minutes into the race. Oh well, everybody makes mistakes. At the front, Melvin is dealing with some traffic. Iron Alliance Motorsport 89 team. Absolutely blasting through the field. 12 seconds now. All of the Vortex cars have moved down a little bit through the class. But the race is long, we're not even halfway. Once again, Steve, and an MX5. Yeah, it's gonna go alright. Did hurt the exit from Dries Morris in front a bit, so might have a go at the end of Campbell. The 228 incident in lap 28 has been deemed a race incident. Go. So there was a problem regarding race control whenever they used the automated system to broadcast messages onto the overlay, and it was no further action. The program did not broadcast a message. So whenever there's a no further action, it will be manually broadcasted onto the live stream, which is fine. Nothing. It's racking up those laps. How is it in PCUP field? Jeremy Schwarzer is extending the gap 15 seconds now. And Maxime Dumoulin is in second position now. Is running a little bit slower lap times than the guy in front, but faster than anything around him behind. Side by side, Steve and Dries Morris. Morris still in front. Steve is very slowly but surely sizing up his opponent. Again, tucked into the back. At the end of Campbell Straight. Kim Punter, let's look at pit stop strategy. And well, that's not work then. Closest battle on track by a lot. Morris versus Steve Claes. Almost 2 hours into the race. Dries, ooh, close with the ANR MX5 is Bart Parret. Third position in PCUP class. Five on exit. Doesn't really hurt Steve and Dries. Once again, very close at the end of the lap. on the outside once again, and there's contact. Quite aggressive as well, but they seem to continue the fight. Side by side down a Rouge, and now Steve has the position. Tried this last time around, didn't work, now did work. There he goes, still in close contact with Dries Morris behind, but a little bit of a gap is forming. Johnny Leclerc into pit lane, there we go. From 8th position, Thiago is following him. Are there any more GT3s coming into pit lane? I don't think they are. Dries Morris is close again. Has a look. I think it'll work out here. This part of the track with the ANR MX5 at the outside. Oh. Some more pit stoppers. Stefan Vaas. Sinu Alvarez in 5-7 car now. When does nothing goes for another lap? Okay. Pass on the outlap. This is a tricky part of the race, going back out on cold tires, fresh cold tires. He has the luxury of a little bit of clear air in front and behind. Oh no! Shouldn't have said that. Okay. Franken in front. Now in Vortex 6-4 car. Dante Olivia in pit lane. Bob Mallards in pit lane. And there's a Vortex car as well. Dirk Bouts is heading into the pit lane. Bob Mallards in. Now Dries Morris once again. Keep coming back to this fight. It's just so good to see. Guys are fighting cleanly, hard, fair. Everything that you like to see. Either the Vlaming in pit lane. Number 3 Vortex. Derby Schwarze is reeling down Franken in front, which is a P10 GT3 car. Which tells you something about the incredible pace of Jeremy Schwarzer LIG Worldwide in solo driving tonight. Doing it absolutely splendid job. Been a little bit silent on the replays. We have an off track for Nick de Beck. A few laps ago. That's an off track. That's absolutely sure. Okay, let's go. Jeremy Schwarzer is making up positions. There was a bit of a bubble there. Some MX5s, some GT3s and some PCUPs all in one place. Lucas Romano and Stefan Vaas. Behind in the B Cup. Fight is between this one, the 29 and the 7.5 in front. We might have a visitor soon in the form of Siebe de Smit. And even Alex Byens himself from his vacation address hotel. Alvaro de Boever, the number 12 Vortex is in pit lane. Started rolling again. Diego Martins behind is also going into pit lane. That's the 69 McLaren. Let's see when Navarro gets back on the track. It seems that he'll retain P4. Martin's now halfway through pit lane. It's a long time. Van Vaas gets that position. That's not stopping yet. Melvin in pit lane as leader of the race. 17 seconds to Kevin Daniels. Kevin Daniels is following him into pit lane. What does Matthijs Optendries do? First one who already stopped twice is Navarro de Boever now. We've seen him exit the pits quite early. Navarro halfway through the track. Matthijs Optendries stopping as well. How about Melvin? Is only now just finding his pit stall. Where is Navarro? The furthest part of the track. See on the track map. Simon Zavari gets behind the wheel, so Melvin did a splendid job of putting the car in the first position, handing it over to Simon. Again, Navarro is entering the last stages of the track. Oh! Spin and contact and spin around once again into the wall. The number 12, Navarro de Boever. Together with Arya Maideo, I believe. Yeah, there we go, the 71. Oh, he spun it on himself and oh, collected the 71 BMW. And there we go, that was the incident. And now Navarro de Boever back into pit lane. Just stopped and now he's already back, and that was his incident limit. So now he has to do a drive-through penalty. It all unfolds for the number 12 Vortex crew in the last lap. Jeremy de Boever behind. Also a Vortex driver, Vortex 3. Is fighting with Sinu Alvarez. How is this gonna pan out between these two? Let's hop on the gearbox of the Porsche front, looking at the Mercedes front of Jeremy de Boever. Go alongside, switching another camera. Gonna get the move done. It looks like it. Yeah, he's already in front before he even started braking for the corner. Simon van Dijk in front. Who did still not get the position for Koen van Dijk. Oh, they're driving again. Van Dijk, Pegassi Motorsport Delta after that huge crash they had in Eau Rouge. They're now driving again. That's good to see. Oh, these guys are still going at it. Or still behind. Sander Rij versus Ivo van der Linden behind. 5 there. Meanwhile, we talked about the gap Kim Punter had to Sean Chisholm, which was 44 seconds, I believe. Is now 51. He is proving action on the track into the bus stop around the outside. Stellar move. Ivo van der Linden up into the podium positions. On the right behind. Pushed back into P4. 2 hours and 4 minutes into this 5-hour race. Waters now pretty close, but is he close enough? And when are the P-Cups coming in for their next stop? As it turns out, not this lap. Linda again under threat now from Sander Rij, wanting to get the position back. Ways down the road, it's Maxime Moulin, second position. Gap to Jeremy Schwarzer is 20 seconds. Lumpet is catching Annick Hogeveen. This is for the final top 10 spot. 83. Pickup. Tricky there with the 5. Steve squabbling again with Dries. Dries was in front. Ooh, tricky! Yeah, Steve had to lift there. Nice to see Dries actually make use of the positioning of the MX5 there. So let's see it in chronological order. So first Dries passed Steve on the straight. Quite early on as well. Steve, I think, tries to brake with him. Manages to do that. Stays alongside. Does this very, very well. And then gets a little bit in the ass by the MX5 there, who is not quite sure which line to take with 2 pickups coming up. At least that's how it looks like, and that's how Dries successfully defends his position. And the Klumpert is closer and closer to Nick Hogeveen. Still battling it out for that final podium spot. Van der Linden ever so slightly driving away from the Lamborghini, although on the straight the thing is a rocket ship. Let's head on board. And let's head back to Quinten Klumpert because the gap is less than the 10th. Was less than the 10th, still behind. There's a different line there, trying to get a better exit. We have a replay to take. Pavel Velenshoe is shown to have crashed. We'll have a look at that in just a moment. And we switch away from this fight. You can see the gap ever so slightly closing up, shifting down, up through the gear again. Is he gonna get a move? No, it's too far away. Okay, let's have a look at Aria Mardeo together with Bavo Folon. It's the 71 BMW. Hard into the wall, almost up and over. Nearly collects the other car there. Oh no. I can see what's coming up. we unfortunately still cannot switch away from this replay. That's, yeah, I think it's fine. Yeah, I think it's good. This is a little bit down the road, and these two do make contact. So the Mustang and the BMW both turned around and remove. Oh, very quickly, and the rejoin was a little bit hairy. Next replay, Adrian Berger, who went off track. Yeah, that's what we saw. Ooh, that's not what we saw. That's one lap later, and he manages to detach his front bumper on the wall. That's a little bit unhappy. It didn't end there for him. Yeah, into pit lane. Back to the action on the track. Nick de Beck is fighting with Peter Lemkes behind this PCUP. So versus a GT3. Here we go. All three classes in one view. It's nice to see. Eve and 3 side by side through Eau Rouge once again. Let's go. How about now? It's a lovely, lovely fight between these two. It's been going on for, I feel like, half an hour. 2 hours and 10 minutes into the race. Absolutely splendid fight. Ivo van der Linde is, well, ever so slightly, and then I mean, not even half a tenth a lap, driving away from Sander Rij. Back. 7th position in PCUP class. Maybe the mover has Dominic Schmidt behind Lamborghini. And Jeremy Schwarzer is almost on top of Homefield. Now 3rd position overall. First in PCUP class. How is his lap times? Last lap was a 2:18.5. Simon Souvari, who is also in the Porsche but in a GT3 Porsche, leading the field, is 2:18.4. There's 1/10 between them. He's in the PCUP, Jeremy. It's insane. Maxime Dumoulin is doing the exact same lap time last time around, 2:18.59 for both of them. So the level of PCUP driving is very, very high. How about Annick Hoogveen versus Quinten Klumpert? It's been a fight for quite some time now. Quinten Klumpert managed to pass Annick, but now roles are reversed. Annick is hunting down, but he's trying to hunt down Quinten Klumpert. Look at our MX5 leader, gap 49.7 seconds. We did manage to lose 5 seconds of that gap. It was 55 seconds a few minutes ago. Did anything happen for him? Left pit lane and pit lane? No, nothing. Okay. Well, maybe just good lap times. Yeah, the lap time was a 2:54 last time around. Lap time for Sean Chisholm was a 2:50. So he did. Maybe had some traffic. Whatever. Once again, these two. Watcher down the inside. The Lamborghini. He clears the Porsche there. Ooh, slow down. Annick Hoogveen at Yeah, slow down at Camel Straight. That's gonna open up the gap by a lot. Van der Linde got a little bit of breathing room from Sander Rij, who has to deal with the low drag Porsche Cup from Jeremy Schwarzer. Gonna blast by on the right. I think my teammates at ORNL are listening stream as well, because I got a message. We were hit by a GT3, almost ended our race. Yeah, it's tricky. Oh. Sander van der Brande went off track just now. Oh! That's a little bit more. Oh, rear damage. Yeah, MX5 just got killed there. Do that one more time. Yeah. Rule is the slower car has race line, but yeah, was he already there? Was he not? Yeah, I'm not race control. Sure, Lander van der Brande is not loving it as well. Because that's firm damage on the backhand of his MX5. Philip Wilshaus has a slowdown penalty. Killian Klaas is in pit lane. Took the wheel from Steve. Simil is also in pit lane. Stefan Vaas is being hunted by Lucas Romano. And joining us momentarily is Siebe de Smet. Will talk to us about race control for a bit. He unmutes himself. There we go. Yes, hello Siebe. Good evening.
Good evening.
Good evening. So, you are in race control for the Wishful Series this year.
Yes, indeed.
Did you also do it last year or not?
I did last year in one race, I believe, the Nürburgring 8 hours.
Okay.
Yes.
So overall, how is it going?
It's been fairly quiet. We see some incidents, but we're like, yeah, okay, that is more a racing incident. We had some cars collide in the bus stop chicane. That's unfortunate, but yeah, shit happens.
Ooh, I have to have a look at the replay. Dimitri van der Bosch in the DFB Racing Motorsports had a crash. I see contact with the 17 car, the 21 Aston. Gets turned around and on his way again. This was the incident limit for the DFB equip, and now a drive-through penalty. Go ahead, Siebe.
Yeah, we're also more like let them race, because yeah, we can penalize for every contact, but in the end, if the person in question that causes a contact loses time, like, okay, they had contact, we're not gonna penalize them even further. It's easy as that. Yeah, the rest, it's nice to be there. It's sometimes difficult to see the incident, because we have only the cameras, and we can look around the cars and see what's going on, but you don't see the driver's inputs, and you don't have the data of the car from what's going on and what are the consequences for the other car. If they get damaged, we have to watch the fuel level back then from, hey, what's the top speed? But in the end, then you're, yeah, a lot of time lost in looking at that too.
Yeah,
So
that's. I think you raise an interesting point, because I've heard comments of people in other leagues that, yeah, being a race control for a sim race so much easier, because you can just rewind and look from every angle. But yeah, the key point being is if you're a real life race control, you have access to telemetry and data and stuff like that from all the cars, I suppose. And we don't have that.
Yeah. So it's always a bit more difficult to see. You can't see if the car is full throttle, half throttle. That's just, you listen to the engine sound a little bit, and you have to do it with that, and that makes it sometimes difficult. But it's a challenge, but it's fun.
Yeah. So you do generally promote the fact that you want to promote racing between you want to promote battles. You're not that tricky maybe on wanting to per se give penalties and stuff like that.
Indeed, it's shit. Well, it's racing. Rubbing, it happens, and you can, for every contact you see, you can give a penalty, but what's the fun in that? In the end, it's like you want to see a race that's close, that's enjoyable to watch too. And if you're gonna penalize everyone, then it's just more watching cars go through a pit lane and who's got something on that, no? So, yeah.
I absolutely agree with that. So we're looking at the 89 Porsche right now, who's been in more than one incident with multiple Vortex cars, especially all at the bus stop. What was your take on that? Because it's interesting for me. I have some sort of idea what happened there, and now I want to see what race control thinks.
So we went back to T15, if I believe, the right-hander before Blanchimont, and we see a Vortex car overtake outside of the track. It's behind the white line. We take that into accountability too. Then we have a Vortex car on the right side of the 89, so he's a bit squished in between. And if I remember correctly, the 12th car was on in front of the 89, and the 89 went alongside the 12th car into the bus stop chicane. But if you go from the outside on the first corner, you go to the inside of the next corner. And then what happened is that the Vortex car turned in, but there was another car. Well, yeah, the 89 car couldn't go anywhere else because he was already on the curb. And then you need to be like, yeah, what was he supposed to do in this situation?
Yeah.
Then the Vortex car lost time, and we were like, okay, he lost time. It's his own fault a little bit, so that's that.
Yeah, I think the decision to deem it as a race incident was the right one, though. So that's congrats on that. That's good. That's cool. Other than that, not that much. Especially in traffic going on. We've seen an MX5 or 2 get absolutely blasted off the track, but it was way less intense than we've seen at the test races or maybe even in the practices.
Yes, indeed. It's also good in this league is you have to do 30 laps and everyone joins the practice sessions. So you get used to the MX5 traffic and the GT3s. If you're in a Porsche Cup, you're maybe quicker down the straight than a GT3 car, but in the end you lose it in the corners. And you get used to that doing those mandatory 30 laps. If you look, I think, at the valid lap sheet, a lot of people had 40-50 laps, and then with the practice race too, people got used to the MX5s being in a race situation. Mm-hmm. And that helped a lot, I think, with like calculations like, okay, if I am here and the car is there, we're probably gonna end up in the same corner, and that isn't going to work. So you're like, okay, I have to lift a bit and keep that in mind.
So do you think, because you raised an interesting point with the practice, do you think you learn this all in those 30 minimum valid laps, or should people practice more?
It definitely helps, but in the end it's also, if you do more laps, you get used to it more. It's normal. So if you do 40, 50, 60 laps, then you know, hey, there's MX5, they're slower, keep that in mind. Mm-hmm. And then you see less incidents in the race.
off track there. SDK is giving me and it's correct. An incident with. Ooh, that's gonna be a hairy moment for the MX5 there. The 71 car, we've seen them off the track for quite some time. Okay, go ahead. Yeah, the MX5 leader is now just coming in the pit lane as well. They seem to be completely off sync for pit stops. That's interesting. Yeah, and anything else you want to add for race controls?
Not really, no. See, we have a new report in, so we'll have a look at that. It's an incident that happened a bit earlier with an MX5 in No Name. That's always an interesting one to look at.
Yeah. Yeah.
Especially this one.
It's Spa is a high speed track, you can say. But the Hungaroring is way different, and I've talked about this with Simon earlier in the live stream when he came in. He did the money shift. You've seen that, I think.
Yes.
Hungaroring, we believe, has no real life multi-class racing.
Not that I know of, no.
So that might become an interesting dynamic when you do decide to go multi-class racing there, and then B, pick the classes where you have such a big speed difference between the GT3s, PCUPs, and then the MX5s. So I think that's going to be a more interesting race control point of view. Do you think?
It might be. Well, we have a long straight on the start-finish line. That's one. Then from turn 1 to turn 2, that's also flat out, so that helps, of course. I think the most incidents we'll see is like the slower corners later in the lap. 12, 13, 14. Those are long 90-degree corners, and you will see the grip level difference between an MX5, a PCUP, and a GT3 a lot more.
Yeah.
And you will see that the GT3 will close in so fast on him, and they're going to be like, okay, this isn't going to work.
Yeah, I'm now stuck.
Yeah, indeed. So that will be interesting to see.
Yeah. Yeah, but it's you can already see it at Spa here. Some corners where a GT3 or a PCUP even might go quite easily through that corner. In an MX5, you need absolute full race width to get through that corner, and that makes for some interesting situations.
Yeah, it certainly does, but it also makes it fun because it's sometimes unpredictable, but it's, yeah, how can I say this? They rely on mechanical grip. Their tires are a lot smaller, and they need all the track width there is. And if a GT3 car at once comes alongside you in a long corner, for instance, that's gonna see some issues there. But it's still, we'll wait until we see the first practice and see how it goes. But it's always interesting to see, for sure.
Yeah. Well, we have one more replay to look at where SDK thinks it was a crash, but I think it's a spin. See, 88 car. Yeah, there we go. On off the track and continue. Okay. Yeah. So, Siebe, thank you for coming in for a few minutes, and thank you to you and Christian as well for doing race control tonight. I think it's a really nice addition to have as a racing league, that extra realism. And yeah, I think the fights and the battles they get better because of it. So thank you.
Yeah, that's nice to hear. We're most of the time looked at as bad guys, so it's nice to hear.
Yeah, I've done race control for several leagues as well, and you can never do it right for everyone, but that's something you just have to, you gotta let go.
Indeed. You're living and learn, so.
Absolutely. Cool. Then I'll let you get back, and best of luck.
Yeah, you too.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah.
We have a fight between Sam Douwes and Stefan de Greveleer. This is for P9 in the PCUP class. We have a lot of replays to catch up on. Scott Stoffers went off track here, and it's a big one. Big off track. Number 90, Iron Lions Motorsport. The rejoin is safe. Does this very, very good to not rejoin in the corner, but if possible, just rejoin on a straight. It's very good. Koen van Dijk noted for a crash. Might not be a crash. It's a spin. See it coming. At the end of Camel Straight, it's a spin. Then we have an incident regarding Annick Hoogveen, which I think is also a spin. And race control, CP, we just talked to him. He logged another messages. Well, incident for car 85 regarding lap 58, excuse me, is being investigated right now. Then we have another replay for Logan Duchesne, which is the teammate for Dumoulin, and he spun the car almost around in the last corner, but manages to keep his way. So we're all back and updated right now. Meanwhile, there's been a driver change in the MX5 class. Kim Punter, after an amazing stint and a half, did put in the car, and Josh Schinkel took the wheel. Now with the Mercedes behind, a very big Mercedes, managed to get it sorted. Adrian Mardeo is coming into pit lane for his drive-through penalty. In the YouTube chat, we see Yegor Martins. I gave it my all. Seen you driving around indeed, and gotta say, well done for keeping control of that car. 2.5 hours into the race, which means we are exactly halfway now. Stefan Vaas has been fighting while we talked to Siebe. He's been fighting with Lucas Romano. Hop on board with Romano. See if he can build up in the Mercedes, can build up towards an action, towards an attack into the bus stop, maybe. Should be close enough. Ik vind dat jij in de auto van ORNL moet zitten. Ja. Ik ben alleen vandaag op stream, dus ja, kan vandaag niet. Volgende keer als Danny er weer is. Down the inside, he has a look. Lucas Romano. There's a little bit of contact, but he is clear on the outside, and that's the position gained. Well, Adrian Mardeo has served his black flag and is now back on track again. So Stefan Vaas, can he immediately something in return on Camel Straight here after being passed by Lucas Romano? Gap is shrinking, so 0.2 of a second might just be a tad too much though. And it turns out it is Yves van Zande is very close to Raymond van Zutphen. With an MX5 on the outside there, and Yves van Zande gets a little bit impaired behind that, but that's just multi-class racing. No fall there. Well, Joris Ooms and Logan Ken and Killian Claes now are fighting each other. Schinkel now has to defend a gap, virtual gap, around the 43 seconds. P2. half the race done. Implementer took car into the pits and said, "Here, have a go." Oh, almost contact. He manages to keep it in the right direction. Van Zande and Raymond van Zutphen. That was a close one. Zande moves up to P6. And there is Joris Ooms. There's a GT3 behind him. Kilian Klaas behind there. Castromano is now trying to get away from Steven Paas. Quite far away enough to break the toe. Roy Maas into pit lane. Lap 76, 67 of race. Doesn't sound like it that much, but it's been 2.5 hours already. Where do we need to be after the race again for interviews? You, preferably if you are a podium finisher, you will just put yourself in the broadcast waiting room in the Pit Lounge Discord, and I will fetch you for an interview. And if you're outside of the top 3, I will interview the top 3 for each class. At least the winners for each class, if they are there, they have priority. But after that, you can talk to everyone who's in broadcast. Joris Ooms, right with Kilian behind, and looking at the back of a Mercedes GT3, C. Alvarez and Navarro de Boeuf. This is for position P10 in GT3 class. Let's see. I believe you were in PCUP class, right? Now, Jan Klaasens is pretty close to... Whoa! Block! To Peter Lemkens, which is a fight for P13, and Björn Klaassen got the position. We have a drive-through penalty for car number 85, causing a collision with car number 277. Car number 85 is this Lamborghini. Is complete orange. They will have to serve a drive-through penalty. They have been given the black flag by race control. Harry Vosmeijer took the wheel from Dijk. Good to have still in the race. They are 2 laps behind the Pegassi Motorsport Delta in front, but they are still here, so anything can happen. Dimitri van den Bosch having a slowdown penalty. Hans Blankard had an off track. Let's see in the replay. The 21 LCT Racing. Oh, that's more than an off track. That's a crash. I haven't seen one. Again. Boom. It must have been front end damage. And now into pit lane. Van der Linde into pit lane. And behind there Sander Rij, his drive-through penalty. No, but my guard. And now in pit lane as well. PCUP class. Pegassi Motorsport. Alpha. Or slow down penalty, stay fast. Another donation has come in as well. €5. Anonymous donation. Very much. Everything is much appreciated. Nick Schmidt into pit lane. One car. Okay. Cars in pit lane. Have incident regarding your nuts. Simwear.eu BMW. Seems to be a slow spin. Yeah. Oh, that's gonna hit the wall as well. Buy-ins finally in my hotel and watch the stream. Well, welcome. Hope you enjoy yourself. And that was the incident for nuts. Let's look at 105 sub-hours. About overtaken by the 89 Simon Zovari. Is our overall GT3 leader. One car left pit lane, back on his way again after the incident. Chisholm is leading MX5. But we'll have to wait, see how this pans out. Their fight with the ANR and with the ORNL endurance team because of the off-sync pit stops. Behind the wheel there. There's a little bit of a pace difference here. 53.8 last time around. It's 3 seconds the last lap. Might still be getting to grips, finding his rhythm, but first few laps. Davy Daniels in second position. The Pegassi PCUP in front of him, where he needs to deal with the traffic. Ooh, Alex is gonna buy us dinner. Yeah, that's quite a big mistake. Yeah. I made the same mistake in the Greenhill Endurance as well. Black flag for the 88 Cup Iron Alliance Motorsport. He's serving it right now. The no laps, no impact team. Dominic Schmidt is serving a slowdown penalty as well. And that doesn't really matter to me if the dinner is on Stefan and Alex, as long as it's not on me. I'm getting a dinner. Gonna be a heck of a commute though. G. Bennett is busy on the track. Do not want to be that MX5 right now. A lot of slowdowns. Stefan de Grevelaar also serving a slowdown penalty behind the MX5. Jelle Verstraeten serving a slowdown penalty in the 727 PCUP. And Ipe de Smet, who just talked to, now into the car whilst serving a black flag. Simon Zavari, Elvin's teammate, still at the lead, but not by that much. Davy Daniels is coming. His lap time last time around was a little bit less than a second quicker. Yeah, in basic the top 3 gets interviewed, but that's post-race interviews. If you want to say something to me right now, you can just hop in the broadcast waiting room and we can talk to you. That's fine. I'll do. Joris Ooms and Jordan Nuts. So I have been asked to do a interview in French, and that's not gonna happen, so it either be in Dutch or in English. Lucas Romano is 24 seconds behind P2. Also putting in some fast lap times. Yeah, last time around Simon Zavari 2:19.1. Davy Daniels is on a 2:16.1. So we can get ourselves ready and watch a beautiful fight for the lead in the race, overall lead in the race. Yeah, don't beat yourself up, Alex. It's gonna be fine. Avo Fallen also is starting to creep up on Steven Vaas. While we keep an eye on the gap between Iron Lions Motorsport crew and the DDK Racing team. Simon versus Davy. Under a second now. Let's have a look. Up on board with Davy Daniels. While we have some replays to look at, we'll stay with this fight for now. That's okay, Jaeger. Hop in after your stint. We'll have a chat for a bit. Always fun. So the two cars, the last two cars in your screen are fighting for position. Car in front is not the lead car. Speed 20 in GT3 class. Almost had a look, the 26 car there, which did compromise his exit for a bit. So a battle between Pjol Schinkel and Kenneth Franken is right here. They might decide to try and work together. Oh, pick up. That's the pass for Kenneth Franken. Alvarez and Dimitri van der Bosch. Meanwhile, the gap on in front is 0.7. have a look if that comes down. Strata in pit lane with a meatball flag. Oh, now it's time to go start looking some replays. Let's go. Scott Stoffers first. Off track in the 90. Yeah. And a little bit of contact. And off track it was indeed. Next up. Yellow Verstraeten. E727 heading to the wall quite hard. Yeah, that's the meatball. And it's a lot of repairs. Next up is Bjorn Claessens, who went off track in the 6.9 McLaren and quite hard into the wall as well. How is that not a meatball flag and the other one was? Okay. Now it's time to go back to the front for the most important fight. The fight for the lead in GT3. Meanwhile, Dimitri van der Bosch is sizing up a move in front. Two Mazdas in front as well. Might come tricky. He gets the move done. Now dealing with traffic. That's the next one. Down the inside. They both go. That's one down. And that's gotta be two down for both of them. Nicely executed. And Dimitri van der Bosch gets the P9 position. Savari, he survived another lap. MX5 right on the entry. Needs to get out of there. Yeah, that's gonna hurt his exit. We go up the Rouge. Not really coming closer. No move this time around. Dirk Vedeman into pit lane for... Yeah. No, not the driver change, yeah. Took the wheel from Smile and a new set of tires, so full service pit stop. It's gonna be interesting to see where they come out. Instead of these two. Yeah, it's lovely to see the GT3 combination with the MX5. It's a bit tricky at some stages in the race, but it's also very much fun and great fun to look at. Dirk Vedeman still stationary, Gerrit Franken is now coming across the line. Schinkel is now coming across the line as well. So they will get that position. Vedeman is driving again, so the gap is not that much anymore. Dirk Vedeman, creator of iRacing.com, on the back of the car there. No sponsor. But a very much appreciated person in the tech community. There goes Pure Schenkel and Kenneth Franke. And Franke only stopped once. So he still needs to stop. Sander van der Brande only stopped once. Sean Chisholm only stopped once. Oh. So there's some strategy change there. Meanwhile, the gap at the front still coming down. 0.3 of a second now. And Davy Daniels has once again an opportunity. Let's see how it pans out this time around. The Porsche seems to have a bit more top end. Davy Daniels needs to really get underneath that wing to try and force anything. And also now, not gonna happen. We try to switch back, better exit. Not this time around. But it is a hell of a fight to look at. After 2 hours and 53 minutes of racing, two GT3 leaders are fighting between 0.2 of a second. Also at a wonderful multi-class track that is Spa. I know that's a bit of a harsh contrast given the fact that the 24 hours here is only GT3s, but I feel the Spa track is very nice compared to class racing. That's an MX5 there. This is why I love Spa. Now we're side by side. P1, P2. Simon Zavari, who has the inside, which will turn into the outside line into the bus stop. Can he get his car in front? He can, for now. Let's see if the Aston can make a run and look at something. No, not yet. Few cars in front. A little bit of traffic. Meanwhile, Dominic Schmidt is putting the pressure on Tony van der Linde in front. You have to stay at the fight in the front because there's a lot of traffic. Both cars make it through the MX5 traffic. Now the PCUP traffic on the inside. Both make it through that, but those PCUPs don't go away like the MX5s do. So now there might be an opportunity for the Aston because the Porsche Cup will have an enormous top speed. And he might be able to do something with that. Now there's a double toe. Doesn't seem to pan out for him like the way he wanted. Actually, Simon Zavardi gets another car between them. There's now 2 cars between Simon Zavardi and Davy Daniels. It's 1 down. Now it's only the Aston from Hans Blankart. Yep. Van Bosch is now in pit lane. Jerry Cooper is also in pit lane now. Gap has opened up a little bit. Flashing his lights to the other Aston. I want to get past. I want to have this fight, please. Donuts, Jos Ooms. There's an MX5 there as well. That's gonna beat each other exactly at 3 wide. Always the case. Always it. Van der Linde passing some cars on pit lane there. Why he shows up. Yeah, so Davy Daniels has the pace to close the gap to Simon Zavardi, but then to actually make the pass, not yet happened. He now has to close the gap from 9/10 of a second, almost a second. Try and go again. Still Porsche Cup in between. I think the Porsche Cup will lift at the end of Campbell. Yeah, it does. That's the right way to go about that. Hans Blankart behind. Now the gap again is 1 second. We have some replays to have a look at quickly before we back to right at the front. Pin for the meal, which was one of the front runners. People. Watch out. Look at your relatives. Well. Bart Mallards en Navarre de Boeven both in pit lane. But Mallards just back on his way again when we came into shot. Half a second now. Oh, Davy Daniels going for something different. Into pit lane. Simon Safari takes another lap. Gap between Pjor Schinkel and Dirk Vredeman already back to 6.1 seconds. Sean Chisholm is now in pit lane. Gonna be interesting to see how the current MX5 leader coming back on track in regards to Pjor and Dirk. There he goes. Where is Pjor Schinkel? And he's not gonna... He's not gonna clear him. So that's... will be a from the lead to the lead pit stop for Sean Chisholm. Davy Daniels back on his way. Let's see how the undercut gonna work out for him. Meanwhile, P8 Bjorn Blazes is in pit lane. The 69 McLaren Vulcan Motorsport. But a quite colorful Dirk Bouts. Van Vaas. Van Vaas goes down the inside. Doesn't even look like a contest. I think that's new tires versus old tires. Wasn't anything really done. Simon Safari now in pit lane from leading position. Sander Rij not stopped yet. Will he peel off into pit lane this time around? Answer is yes. And it's waiting to see where Davy Daniels appears. This might be a good move from Davy Daniels to... was a little bit stuck behind Simon Safari. And then back into the car comes Melvin. And we know Melvin has a good pace because he's been leading the race for 2 hours or something. Now Sander Rij is in pit lane. Where is Davy Daniels gonna stack up against Melvin? And are we gonna get a good fight from this? There we go. Cross pit lane. Melvin is now driving away. Oh, this is gonna be... go wide. If he has his tires up to temp and his own speed. Melvin is... there we go. This is the gap. Melvin is on cold tires. He's been fighting with the Vortex guys for almost all of the race. And now there's a new challenger. Challenger named Davy Daniels. DDK Racing Team versus iReliance Motorsport 89. Look at the gap disappearing. That's iRacing cold tires for you. There's nothing you can do about it. But we have seen once he gets up to speed, up to temp, the pace is good for Melvin. So if he's gonna pass him, it needs to go now. It needs to be this lap. Once Melvin gets up to temperature, it's an even playing ground again. Right now it's not. Of course Melvin can defend. Melvin should defend. Melvin will defend. Around the outside there's just more grip in that Aston still. Right now. Melvin trying everything to get those tires up to temp. Is Davey still able to make the pass, or are the tires for Melvin just good enough to hold him off? He is throwing defensive moves left, right and center. Now it has to be a little bit of off track. Can he brake later, the Aston? Melvin tries to brake late as well. The Aston can keep on the outside, which turns the inside, and the position is there. New race leader for now. Because once Melvin gets up to temp, he's now even in the toe. Again, not watching a very nice fight. MX5 should be cleared for the entry of Eau Rouge. The difference is insane. Oh, it might just not. No, it might just not. How is this gonna pan out? Trying the outside. Need to go around the track. Oh, this is cool. This is cool. Now, Melvin starting to get his tires up to temperature. What are we gonna see now? How is the pace, Davey? How is the pace from Melvin? Meanwhile, Alvarez is also putting on the pressure on Samuel. Are two different classes, but good fight nonetheless. Diego Martins is in pit lane in his 69 McLaren. Good wheel from his teammate. Daniels now almost a second clear. Needs to get that gap now. Now is the time to do it. Schenkel and Vedeman are now ever so slightly behind each other. Vedeman is within the slipstream range. Will we see some working together to catch Sean Chisholm? Is the ANR Endurance Esports crew, do they need to make an extra stop on fuel? What is gonna be? No, there will be no working together. I think Dirk wants to get past. I think Dirk will get past. And Dirk is. Dirk Bouts, the other Dirk, versus Walt Wallards. Vortex versus Sim Formula Europe. We have seen Sim Formula Europe in Wishful before. Although it was in an LMP2, I believe. On Zolder. And quite fast they were there as well. And now they're on pace as well. Henk. Hans Blankard. Ron Steven de Grevelaar and Damon Chalius. Interclass battle. Yeah, and the gap is now starting to come down between Melvin and Davey. There was a PCUP in between them. There still is a PCUP in between them. Flashing the lights at the end of Camel. Expected is that the PCUP lifts, and there he goes. We have an incident regarding Hans Blankard. Let's have a look. Is the number? Oh, contact and into the wall. Hard crash. And most definitely repair time needed. Back to the front of the field. Yeah, the gap's coming down now. How is Davy Daniels' defensive game? That's what I want to know. Under 2 hours to go with this first race in Wishful Series 2026. It's been grandstand packed with action. Absolute madness at some time. €2,040, still the donation amount. QR code is on screen. Just scan that to donate. Donation link is on screen as well. Tricky here. And if you want to follow the live timing, the webpage is ORNL.nl/live. It bounces very much on the back of Ballards. The 21 BMW is back on track. It's still a long way down the road, but he can unlap himself. He has every right to do. Oh, nearly misses the corner, wipes out the Mustang, but it all works out. Goldstoffers in pit lane. 83, P90. Davy Daniels has enlarged gap a little bit. 1.2 seconds now. Might have something to do with the traffic up ahead. Davy doing inside and contact. That was Siebe de Smet. Damage seems to be not that bad, but the gap is straight back down! 3 wide! And now it's the inside for Davy Daniels, so he can defend, but the gap is virtually non-existent anymore. This is now all on Melvin to get past, get the job done. Davy did well to hold him off there in the sticky situation. But now on to the bus stop chicane. Is there a move impending? No. You can see a lift. You can see the gap starting to rise a little bit. I think Melvin is looking for a move on the Mechanic Straight. Yachts is a little bit fighting with Rainbow of the Zutphen. E4 for Logan. Motion Sim Sport. Back again to the front. Let's go. Through Eau Rouge we go. On board with Melvin. He's already identified the MX5 up ahead. They both go for the move. The MX5 sees it. The MX5 came at a very nice timing for Davy Daniels, which mitigated the possibility for a Melvin attack. And so there are quite a few laps on this fight. Davy Daniels is still leading here at Spa. Got an MX5. No real troubles there. John Chisholm is putting in amazing lap times, 2:49. Quickest MX5 in the field. By more than a second, actually. That's very, very nice of him. Was het van? Dips his outside tires into the gravel trap. There. Now once again, on to the bus stop we come. Still no move. So into the Lassource hairpin, full motion sim sport, having a meatball. Courtesy of Logan. Let's see what happened here. Rushing out of the race, back end into the wall. Yeah, that's the most sensitive part of these PCUPs. Instant meatball flag. And into the pits he comes. The damage. Now! The move is pending, I feel like. Here we go, blocking, defensive. Let's zoom a bit out, we can see it better. Very nice, decisive defensing move by Davy Daniels there. Making it absolutely clear that there's no room to go on the inside there. That's how you defend. Sam Douwes in the 105 meatball flag. Let's have a look. Flying Dutchman Racing Team 105 into the wall. Also with the backhand. Yeah, that's very much. Yeah, and stuck. Absolutely stuck. Jump the pit. You hate to see it. Matt Gather heeft slowdown penalty. And served it as well. You have to go back to the fight at the front. Less than half a second away. Do not want to forget anyone else in the race. There's fighting at the front. We'll have to see. Do we think that Melvin is just waiting it out for an opportunity? Maybe there's some fuel saving there. MX5 in a rather difficult spot. Yeah, there's the opportunity and there's the position. Once you get it, you have to take the chance, go over the position, and we'll have to wait and see if he can drive away now. Let's have a look. Jeremy Schwarzer, 25 seconds in the lead. 3 hours and 17 minutes into the race. Nicky Schmidt, the Lamborghini, one of 2 Lamborghinis in the field. Tunneling there. Van Vaas in P4. Sim Formula Europe team, Walt Mallards. Now with quite a substantial gap in front. And to the rear, Derek Bouts. Vortex 67. Dan is Matthijs op den Dries voor Race Community Orange in de Lamborghini. We have Dieter de Vlaming for the X3. Schwarzer. Then the next in the list. So he is currently P9 overall and leading GT3 field. Then we have Jorn Polonus in Vortex 12. Followed by Dimitri van der Bosch for DFB Motorsport Eclair. And we have P2 and PCUP Simil. 26 seconds now behind P1. Alvarez, P11 in GT3 field. Followed by Dominic Schmidt. Has him in his sights. Franken is behind that. The number 67 Vortex 64. Joris Ooms, P3 in the Porsche Cup class. Killian Glass behind that in 4th place. 5.6 seconds. All to play for there. And there is Yves van Zande in the 101 Pegassi Simracing in 5th position. We have Jon Naats, P14 in GT3 class. The Simwear.eu BMW, Raymond van Zutphen. Flying Dutchman 2. Diego Martins is P15 in GT3 class. And we have Damon, P16 GT3 class. David de Greveleer, P7 in Cup. And it's on to Hans Blankaart, LCT Racing Aston in P17. We have Logan in pit, so just being passed by Annick Hoogveen. Is now in 8th position. Guillaume Eli in the McLaren P18 in GT3 class. Elmer van Beek in pit lane, repairing the meatball. Matt Gatter in P20 in GT3. Then Jelle Verstraeten P11 PCUP. Ibe de Smet P12 PCUP. Back on the road after the incident. And then there's Sean Chisholm, the leader in the MX5 Cup class. Dirk Vedeman in 2nd position. 32 seconds up the road. And it's Piotrzenko. Followed by Tim de Hond in 20 seconds. Koen van der Woestijnen in P5. En Spersval in P6. And it's Harry Vosmeijer in P7 MX5. Last driving car is indeed Harry Vosmeijer. Echt goed als no longer driving around. Bart Paret in pit lane voor Equity Esport. So, nice ORNL sticker on the front. Love to see it. Now, back to the front. 0.2 of a second. David Daniels manages to keep in touch. Good to see. Almost the same lap time last time around. Let's see how they fare with traffic. There's a black flag penalty due to incident points for Matt Gatter, Gastar Motorsports. A little bit of a wide move from Harry Vosmeijer in front. Works out. Incident regarding Annick Hoogveen. Let's have a look at the replay in Eau Rouge. Ooh, this can only end badly. And it does. And it's a meatball flag and heavy damage. Left hand, right. Left hand side, rear. You have an off track for Dimitri van Busch. See. Yeah, that's all 4 wheels in the gravel trap. Didn't really hurt his pace, I think. Slowdown penalty for Matthijs op de Dries. And cleared it. Slowdown penalty for Hans Blankaart. Didn't clear it in time. That's a black flag penalty. Pat Gatter also has a black flag penalty, might be a drive-through. Have to be served within 3 laps. See if he peels off into pit lane this time around. And he does. Go on board for the penalty. I'm still amazed by the fact that once you get in pit lane and then you get up to Rouge, there's just only cones there. And there is the drive-through penalty completed. Board with Melvin. Kenneth Franke in YouTube chat. It's fun driving the MX5 with the faster classes, but it causes some underwear changing situations. Yeah, we've seen that. Especially in Eau Rouge, I believe. You've been doing well. It's fun. Simon Alvarez is serving a black flag penalty. Rob Neeson is still... Yeah, he took over the wheel from Anik, I believe. And is serving their meatball flag. Still active. Bakes just now entering fast lane in pits. And repair time as well. Gap between Melvin and Davey seems to be going up and down with traffic. Now it's 9/10 of a second. Just a few corners ago it was 5 or 6 tenths. There's Simon Alvarez on the pit exit with a lot of cars, and the MX5 gets out of the way quickly there. The Vortex AMG deciding to get out of the way as well, because those were our race leaders. Now the gap is back to 0.3 of a second. Davy Daniels. He might have to surprise Melvin. Yeah, that was a nasty crash, Sam. Fortunately. Hij is op de race 8 behind Erik Bouts nu. Bouts has a nice two for a bit. Back to front. Got a PCUP in the way. Perfect. Some pit stoppers in PCUP. Joris Ooms, Wesley Peels. Pretty close now, Davy Daniels. Is this the time for a move? Tony van der Linden is under 10 seconds behind. Few laps of fighting between these two might get the gap down. Has to do with traffic. Let's have a look at Jens Perceval after a rouge. After Lasso's hairpin. That's not gonna happen. We're gonna have a look at the replay real quick. Yeah, let's do it. Jens Perceval in the Pegassi Motorsport Delta MX5. Oh, that's too quick. Downshifted. Another money shift. You can see, you can hear it. Although it's a sim, you can actually smell it. I've warned my teammates for, I think, like 10 times. Don't do it there. Don't. It's very, very inviting to just use the engine braking more in MX5 at the end of coming into the bus stop. But if you do it too quickly, the revs get too high and the engine just says kaboom. And then it's all gone. All you've worked for. Tony van der Linden went off track and... Oh, spin! From P3. Let's have a look. With a slow spin, tries to catch it. Onto the grass, passenger. Manages to stay damage free though, so that's something. Back live. The gap between him and Stefan now halved. It was 15 seconds, now 7.4. Alvarez is behind Guus Franke, half second. Melvin is under pressure again. Again, it's on the end of the lap. You'll have to excuse me for focusing a little bit more on these two, but the fight is just too good to pass up, and there's not really that much going on after 3.5 hours of racing on the track. There are a few fights. Thijs op den Dries is pretty close to Dirk Bouts in front, so we have to keep an eye on that. And then it's Alvarez and Franken in front. And Perceval now with the meatball flag. Chisholm continues to pump out 49th in lap times. There's quite a pace difference. Vedeman is doing 50.5, so more than a second already. Then there's Pure Schinkel, 52.6, who is losing 2 seconds a lap on Tim de Hond, so we might have a fight there in a few laps. Well, Melvin again under pressure. Seems like Davey is sizing up for a move. He is going for a move, and Melvin doesn't really want to get involved in fighting. They have a nice gap for 16 seconds. Tony van der Linden, but Davey Daniels is our new race leader. He has been for quite some laps. Melvin has been for quite some laps, so it's only natural that these two fight it out at the front of the field. Let's go to Matthias and Dirk. Matthias sizing his Lamborghini up for a move as well. Just looking on the outside, trying to force a mistake. Not right now. Logan went off track and is noted for a crash. Let's have a look. Do 110. And Beckett already steps out. And oh, there's some great anticipation by the BMW there. Both cars did everything right once the incident happened. Held their brakes. Didn't go flat out in a yellow flag situation. We need to have a look at Dirk Wouters and Matthias again. Continues to be very close. Little bit of a sharper angle there through the corner for the Mercedes. Mercedes seems to be able to pull away just enough so it can survive the last part of the track. As that Lamborghini is closing in quite quickly here. So much that there might be a move down the inside. Yes, this is like what we want to see. Nice and clean, decisive move into the bus stop chicane, and guys up entries into P6. We have an incident regarding Harry Vosmeijer in the 206 Mazda. Understeer off the track into the gravel trap and on his way again. Then we have Palima with an off track in the 71 Mercedes BMW. And just managing to avoid the wall on the other side as well. And we have an incident regarding Damon in the gassed up Porsche. Don't think he'll see there's someone inside, and there's contact and a spin as a result. No. Don't reverse onto the race line. Saw it in time. Now, Matthijs op den Dries. Can he move away? But he makes a mistake into the corner, and now Dirk Wouters is on the outside, but has to give way. Better exit. Now back inside onto Pujon. And gets in front. Just in front, but gets in front. Good fight to witness these two. The Lamborghini seems a little bit too far. Oh, there's a move pending, I believe. Davey Daniels under pressure from Melvin, as he has been for the last few laps. Manages to stay away. Roy Miles back on his way again. Dirk still in front of Matthijs. Ivo in pit lane, so they both gained the position there. And here we go again. Matthijs op 10 race, first two. Good car placement for the 29 there. Making sure he will not be able to go down the inside. He's in the pit lane, still repairing. Already dropped to the back of the PCUP field, unfortunately. Walt Mallard is having a slowdown penalty. Gap behind is 9.5. He can easily manage that. Guys, Upland Race is now also more than a second behind for the first time in a few laps. Alvarez versus Franken. Half a second there. Now on board the Porsche. Right on the limit there. MX5 up. Look at the pace difference. Yeah, there's definitely some fuel saving going on there. Early lift for both of them. Mercedes seems to be struggling a bit there in the more twisty bit of the track. And on acceleration, the Mercedes is better, it seems. 5. Clear them both. Not ideal for Alvarez. Not the best line to have here. You can see the Mercedes going off into the distance a little bit. Right on the edge of the gravel trap. Managed to get it sorted. If Daniels has a gap 1.3 seconds now to Melvin. Shaping up to be a good fight towards the last hour of the race. 20 minutes to go until we have 1 more hour of race time left. Franken now almost has Alvarez on second again. Davy Daniels is trying to get away from Melvin, but it's not really working. It's 9/10 of a second again. Vedeman is also putting in fast lap times now, 49.7. And that gap is staying kind of the same between him and this guy, Sean. It's Percival still serving people penalty. Black. Dirt flying around front. The Vlaming hunting on some McLaren backmarker. How about Jeremy? Marcha. LAG Worldwide Team Gold. He's doing a golden performance tonight. 35 seconds, all solo. Absolutely amazing. Amazing performance. Diego Martens. P15 now, G3. Incident regarding Palima on the replay. Bus stop. Braking too late. Braking too late. Doesn't quite get the corner done. Takes the runoff area and does this correctly. Harry Vosmeijer entered pit lane. Simon van Dijk now back behind the wheel. They have took the position from Pegassi Motorsport Delta, so now they are in P6. Between Digitraqz and Matthijs still around a half a second. Daniels once again. Oh, firmly under pressure. A bit of traffic there and the move is made. And Melvin is back in the lead. We have multiple replays to look at. First starting Palima. We've seen it already. Let's go to Logan. 110. And a spin into the last corner, and then it all works out. And then there is a incident regarding George Schinkel as well, and it's not really an incident. It's just an pit entry. Don't really know why SDK thinks that's an incident. Given the fact that the MX5s, well, I don't know if they're able to clear the race now. Have to wait and see. Digitraqz. Melvin is stretching his legs over a second the gap now. He took that opportunity with the traffic. Absolutely great. Let's have a look at that again. In the replay, battle for the lead. PCUP just went his race line and Melvin judged it to perfection. Dimitri van der Bosch in pit lane with the black flag penalty. Might be incident related. Go back to Digitraqz and Thijs op den Dries. There's a PCUP there as well. Digitraqz manages to defend the inside. Very, very close. Nothing really to do here. part of the track anyway. Victor van der Bosch back on the road. Here we go. Spa-Francorchamps also back on track. Yves van Zande is serving a slowdown penalty. Donaerts is a bit close with Joris Ooms behind. David Daniels in front. Melvin is 4 point something seconds away. I think he's now stretching his legs. We have an off track from Matt Gatter. Also a bit sketchy when there's a car around, but this turns out fine. Oh, late block, late move. I feel like they might be enjoying their fight. Almost within a second from Naats in front. Is it PC Smith had an incident together with Alvarez, I believe. No, not together with Alvarez. This was a spin, off spin. Then there was an off track for Alvarez. Oh, and that was a little more than an off track. And the wing is gone. That will be a pit stop. David Vaas is doing a stop. Don't think it's final stop. Who is the biggest mover? Well, let's see. We have Jorn Naats plus 12 positions. You have Atul plus 11. Yeah, Jorn Naats. The Simwear.eu BMW to P14 now. 12 positions up. Is met now in for black flag penalty. Might have had something to do with incident points. Melvin is absolutely stepping on it now. Fight was fun. Davey is actually losing a little bit of pace. 220 last time around. Rich took the wheel from the Pegassi Motorsport Alpha team. Matt Gatter is serving a slowdown penalty. Dylan Verstraeten is serving slowdown penalty as well. Ryan Rich is having Dominique Schmidt behind. Brian Ritz is on cold tires, so this might be an interesting fight. You can just see the grip difference. Easy peasy. Sheffield is serving a slowdown penalty. George Ooms is serving a slowdown penalty, and I don't think Sheffield knew it. Dorn versus Diede. This is now a eternal team battle. Let's see how they handled it. Koep van de Woestijnen. Passed by Palima. Alvarez in pit lane with no rear wing. There we go. Just the time to see the rear wing magically attach itself again. Either the Vlaming and Jorn Colonus. The McLaren in front is Jaeger and not battling for position. He might play a part in this, being traffic. A little bit more cars up ahead. One of them is an MX5. It's interesting how that works out. Seems like Yosenko also picked up space a little bit. 50 last time around. Is there gonna be a move? They're not gonna be a move. Are they actually gonna make it 3 wide? Oh, they did it. They are. This is gonna go wrong. This is gonna go wrong. This is going wrong. Inter-team battle is not turning out to be a nice one for Didier de Vlaming. Thiel is having a drive-through penalty. Shalom Eli has one as well. Koen van der Woestijn is now in pit lane. Which might well be his last pit stop of the race. Putting Pure Schinkel back into 4th position. Thijs op ten Dries is not getting away from Dirk Bouts. Actually, Dirk Bouts might fancy a move at the end of the straight here. No, doesn't yet. Wouter de Vos is a new name. Driving the Vortex 64. Matt Gatter is in pit lane. Logan is serving a slowdown penalty. I hope his competitor knows that. Oh, tight behind. It's Brandon Hirsch. And there's Eli for his drive-through penalty. Jeremy de Boever is in pit lane after the incident. I think Jeremy de Boever took the wheel. Yeah, he took the wheel from Peter de Vlaming. Within the Discord, a message reached us that Siebert de Smet was out of fuel in pit lane, and that's why he impeded someone unwillingly. David Daniels is in pit lane. Might just not be his last stop of the day. Dominic Schmidt is behind Jeremy Schwarzer. Porsche has extended the gap to 32 seconds. Malats is gonna get the position from Daniels, I believe. Yeah, Daniels still stationary. But at the end of pit lane, Kevin Daniels is now in the car. Let's see what he can do against Melvin. Their battle for the lead. Joris Ooms and Gio Sheffield. So Gio Sheffield and Joris Ooms are having a battle as well, but both of their teammates, Steve and Dries Morris, for the same teams, have been fighting each other as well for, I feel like, the whole race. And very much fun to look at, and now it's going for podium positions even. So there is really something to fight for. Dirk Bouts in pit lane. Jon Podolus also in pit lane. Holmes is going to get closer and closer and closer to Gio Sheffield in front. Brendan Hirsch is doing the same thing with Logan Buchanan in front, but that's an inter-class battle. There's a move incoming from Joris Ooms. Lucas Romano back behind the wheel of the number 29 Vortex. Schmidt. Kevin Daniels came back on the track in P4. And here's... They're both slow. They're both having slowdown penalties, Logan and Brendan. Thijs op den Dries is now in second position because he hasn't stopped yet. Wout Malats is in pit lane. Is that? Yeah. The Mustang of the field still going strong. How will he stack up between Kevin Daniels? I feel like a little ways down the road because Daniels is already here. We have an incident regarding Brendan Hirsch. Let's see. Contact and spins himself around. No damage to see. Back on this way. Bart still stationary in pit lane. Kevin also already passed him. There we go. Ivo van der Linde also took the position. Now in P4, but Ivo van der Linde, I think, already had his last stop. Ooms closer than before. Tries to stick it on around the outside, but it's not working. Time around. Jonas Pilov into pit lane there in the background. Under 1 hour of racing to go. Brendan Hirsch serving his black flag penalty. Which will be a drive-through. And now Op de Dries into pit lane, handing P2 back to Kevin Daniels momentarily. There's been another donation as well. Let's see who it was. Was a donation from Yoni. Very much, Yoni. 10 euros. Bringing the total at 2,050 euros. Melvin is in the lead. Kevin Daniels is behind him for 1 minute and 29 seconds, but there is one stop in between them. Bravo Volon went off track. Let's see what happened there. Oh, that's a spin. And touched the back end into the soft pro barrier. No meatball flag, so I think they're gonna stay out. Melvin in pit lane now. Last time around was a 2:21.31, but that is including pit lane entry. So couldn't really tell if Kevin Daniels was making some inroads on him. Here we are on board with Daniels. And Melvin gave the seat to Jonas Kalauskas. Still stationary. Here is Daniels going to start finish. Still stationary. And he has to go to the source as well. Might be some tighter than we think through the source. Here we go. Jonas is driving as well. With cold tires, we're gonna have to have the same situation again. There is Jonas, and it's 12 seconds, 11 seconds. It's a little bit more than I thought, to be honest. 10 seconds. Gonna be interesting to see. We haven't seen Jonas drive tonight, so we don't really know what pace he's capable of. We know Melvin is quick. We know Kevin is quick. Kevin did a 2:17 last time around. Definitely up there, pace-wise. Eason is serving a black flag penalty. Race could be red. Sheffield continues to be close to those Oaks behind. Still need about 52 minutes of this. Stefan in pit lane now. Look over the wheel from Jelle Verstraeten. Schwarzer. Hanging around with Dominic Schmidt behind GT3. Gap is 36 seconds. Gap in front, Jonas versus Kevin Daniels. Come down to 8.3. First lap survived for Jonas on cold tires. We have an off track for Wesley Bales. The Flying Dutchman. Yeah. Spin. Turning it around. Giving it out of the wall. Rob Eason went off track with contact and with the 29 Vortex into the gravel trap. And then rejoining as well, I believe. To rejoin safely. We have Schmidt still behind in the Porsche Cup. Terrific field. Dick Vedeman is now in pit lane. Did that from a leading position, was Marcin Junk already made his stop. And is already in the same lap now as Dirk Vedeman. Cross start finish, there we go. Vedeman still stationary. Marcin Junk now got him back into the lead for the ANR Endurance Esports team. Vedeman now back on the road. There's Lande van der Brande a little way down the road because he goes even further. Oh. Cindy, good to have you back for a new season as well. Go Morris, go. Okay. Oh, big shot. Big shot. Gio Sheffield. Let's see what happens here. I think it's yeah, choosing the outside, and it's the ANR Endurance as well. Big shunt. The mirror is gone. The damage seems to be... Let's take a look how the corner goes. No, it's not. Car's not fine. Car is not fine. Let's see. Yo, Sheffield's got a black flag from that as well, and into the gravel trap he goes. Oh, that's a shame. That's a shame. Watcher is having a lot of fun with the Dominic in front. Adrian Berger is in pit lane. Volon is in pit lane now. That car also looks a little bit beat up. Well, I'll have to go and see. Volon went off track, yeah. I think... Ooh, the car's already beat up here. There's been an incident there. Above. I haven't seen anything. Let's see. He jumped to pit. It was that bad. Came out. Oh! Lost control in Eau Rouge. Let's see. And gone. Yeah, that's a high speed corner and back end damage pretty severe. What I want to know is Marcin Junk. How damaged is his Miata? Drives a 251, so it's not that bad, I believe. Gonna be fine. He'll be fine. Sheffield repairing the car. Such a great race, such a nice battle for the podium positions. A shame that it has to end like that. Jonas is putting in better lap times than Kevin Daniels. The gap is now 9 seconds. But they seem to have nailed their pit stop strategy. Pitbull is quite comfortably in second position. Gaps are quite large in MX5. Avo still repairing his car. Joris Ooms. He's battling with Ivan Zander. Less than half a second now. This is the battle for now third position. MX5 in front. I'll go fine, that's no problem. Another car in front, this is another MX5. Bit of a lift. doesn't go for the just yet. Let's see. Matt Gather went off track. Look at. Not so crazy. Leslie Brazil went off track as well. Not the same. It's both different drivers, but in different laps, but exactly the same incidents. Cool. At least they trained a lot together, right? Joris Ooms and Yves van Zanden still the closest battle on track. Yeah, you can join the VC, no problem. Hop into the broadcast waiting room and I'll get you on to the broadcast booth. Sure. We have Dominic Schmidt and James Schwartz are still in close proximity of each other. Might be a little bit scary for Jeremy, given the fact that he's 35 seconds in the lead. Five. Traffic there. Well, let's have a look in the replay. And then we welcome on. So joining us now, Igor Martens. Good evening.
Good evening, hello.
Hello, how you doing?
Pretty good. What about you?
Yeah, I'm fine. Actually, it's 5 hours is quite a long race, and I feel my voice is going away a little bit, but the action has been non-stop. You can say.
It has been
a very nice race.
yeah.
How's your race going? Your team?
Well, we're P14 right now. Had some setbacks earlier in the race at the start as well. The little spin. Well, the pace was there for sure. The car was great, very stable even on cold tires. And in the end there, my last stint, I was fastest of the track for a bit. So it's sad, but it happens.
Yeah, it's only the first race of the series though. And it's most importantly to just finish the race because as Alex said as well, you get points for the number of laps you finish as well, so that's very important. You did join the championship quite late, am I right?
Yeah, I think 2 days before the start. I was on my phone while I had a break at my job, and I saw it on the iRacePlan, and I asked if anybody wanted to do it with me, and yeah, me and Bjorn decided to do it together.
In only one of 2 McLarens, what made you choose the McLaren, the series?
Well, mostly I am a front engine guy when it comes to a GT3, but on Spa, it's also my home track. I know it quite good, almost completely out of my head. And while testing, the front engines were too sketchy in the fast corners, so we went for the McLaren. It was great. It was absolutely great.
And so is the choice completely based on Spa, or did you take the Hungaroring and Hockenheim also in mind, or is it?
We took some of those tracks in mind as well. the tracks where a bit more rotation is needed, like on Howering, I would say I would like a rear engine car a bit more. So that's why we took the McLaren.
Well, that looks kind of good. Right now, Bjorn is putting in significantly better lap times than Jornaat in P13. The last time around for Jorn it was a 2:21 versus a 2:17 for Bjorn, which is, as you said, is up there with the pace from the front runners. So it could have been something nice tonight.
Yeah, it could have been. We had our first incident I was not here, but Bjorn had an incident costing us a minute and a bit with repairs. I came back with a gap that was 30 seconds plus, I think. I came back from it, we overtook them, and then a bit later on the car got stuck on a curbstone and we hit the wall because of it.
Yeah, the curbstones, some places are quite high here at Spa, and you tend to skate over them and lose control, unfortunately. It's not very common to do a multi-class race with a GT3 and an MX5 in terms of pace difference. How did you handle that?
Well, Bjorn was complaining about it, because I'm not really complaining, but he was having the Mazdas at the wrong time mostly, while I was having them mainly on the straights. So I would say I was enjoying it. It was nice. It helped me a lot sometimes with the extra little bit of slipstream you get. But Bjorn was a bit, the wrong place, wrong time. But I'm enjoying it.
If you catch them in Eau Rouge or Blanchimont or something, it can be really, really scary.
Yeah, well, at the end of my stint I had a scary moment at Blanchimont. We were 3 wide.
Yeah, I've seen that.
Touched a bit.
Yeah, that wasn't so fun, I believe.
Yeah. Well, I thought he was waiting, because I didn't really let him go, even though I had the blue flag, because I knew I was faster when I looked at my lap times compared to theirs. And I didn't think he would go for it and the inside, so I tried to back out. Then he was backing out, so I got back on power, and then there was a slight touch, making the rear a bit unstable. But I got it straight, a bit wide though, but...
Okay. Still now in contention for P13, I believe. The gap is getting a little bit smaller. Last time around, Jorn was a little bit quicker. Before that, you were a little bit quicker. So, yeah, all in all, it seems to go quite well. Are you enjoying yourself here at the Wishful Series? Is it the first time you joined anything Wishful related?
First time. And I'm enjoying it, because I know that with the race I'm doing, I'm helping someone. Well, I paid a bit with Bjorn together, the entry.
Yeah.
But by driving and people donating, it gives me the feeling from I'm helping someone as well.
And just by having this live stream tonight, we've raised 105 euros on top of the driver fees. So yeah, that's and yeah, if you are also as a driver, you are responsible for the nice fights and the entertainment value and making my job a little bit easier, creating a nice live stream which people like, and then the donations start rolling in. So that's why we do it, right?
Yeah, that's why I'm doing it as well. I like it. I love the thing behind this series, helping other people out. I love it myself, helping people out when I can. I try to help with things like helping people cross when like old people and stuff. So it's nice. I'm really enjoying it.
Yeah, doing the good thing. It's nice, absolutely. Next on the schedule is Hungaroring. Vastly different track than Spa. Is there anything you're gonna do differently in terms of preparation or anything, or are you just gonna go like this?
Well, definitely the setup is gonna change a lot. high downforce from a low downforce track. It's gonna be different.
Yeah.
On the Hungaroring, I haven't driven that much, so I will be practicing a lot for it, trying to be up there with the other guys, which are also really fast, like Iron Lions and stuff. I will try to get on their pace and see what I can do, but it's a different track, different strategy.
You have shown that it is possible. By the way, I think you are about to gain a position because the number 12, B12 number 29 Vortex team is in pit lane preparing a damaged front end. By the way, might be a good day for you after all. Yeah, the Hungaroring is up next, 30th of May, so still a little bit of practice time to go. Then last thing I'd like to ask you, I think as a league, as a championship, we are quite unique in the fact that everybody needs to do. Last year it was 25, this year is 30 valid laps. What do you think about that?
My honest opinion about that is I like it. It's great because the chances of having dirty people, and don't mean dirty, but like people that are a bit sketchy in the league, is way lower than other leagues. Like the driving was nice already this race. Nobody was taking too much risks. Everybody was clean. The awareness was great. Of course, sometimes you have a touch. It is what it is. You know, it's racing, but I think it's great. It's a great thing.
If you look at the stats, we have 41 cars in competition today, and we have still, after 4 hours and 25 minutes of racing, we have 40 cars of the 41 still driving around on track. So yeah, I think that says a lot about the league as it is, and the way it's organized. And I think that's a big selling point for iRacing and league racing in specifically, because this is the first race. A lot of these people already know each other from previous seasons, but it's only gonna get better. Next time you're on track with these people, you know how they fight, you know how they drive, you know if they're early breaker, late breaker, aggressive breaker, whatever. So it's only gonna get better compared to the officials that you do day in, day out, right?
Yeah, of course, it's definitely going to be better, because in officials, the last few times I did some racing, like this morning, I was driving and a guy just steered in on me on the straight. The awareness in some official servers are low, and in this league I'm going to be very clear and straight with it. I haven't had any trouble with anybody, I would say. I had a few sketchy moments, or maybe one in Blanchiment there. You could blame me for it because I didn't let them go. You know, it's at that time you're thinking about the lap times, knowing that the gap was 1 minute and 40, I think, when I got into the car in front, and I was getting it down to low 50 seconds. Then you don't want to lose time.
No, I understand that. Connection issue. Yeah, it seems to be going all right. I think P12 is maybe a little bit too far away with a half hour of driving left and 31 seconds. But you know, might still fall in your direction.
Yeah, of course. You know, one mistake and like a corner, one specific corner like Pruhon or Rouge can throw rocks at you.
Yeah, absolutely. yeah. It's only over when it's over. When at the end of the series we do the Zolder 24 hour. Are you also gonna race there, or maybe with some more people?
Well, me and Bjorn were talking about it a bit earlier. We are focusing on the next race mostly, so the Hungaroring. You know, Zolder is the last one. It's in November somewhere, I saw, I think. That is still a long time to think about that and practice. But like we said already before joining the series as well, 24 hours with 2 is gonna be a hell, because
Yeah.
that is gonna take some tolls on the physique and awareness.
Especially with the MX5s around.
Yeah, for sure. You need to be aware of your surroundings with those slower cars. And I don't know, when it gets dark, it's gonna be even worse.
Yeah, and that's all. It gets really, really dark.
Yeah, there is
Absolutely.
no lighting on the track.
No.
It's
But that's part of the charm, I believe.
Yeah.
It's been fun last year. It will be fun this year again. Yeah, that's gonna go great. Okay, so thanks for being here with me a few minutes. I would say enjoy the last half hour of the race.
Thank you very much. Thank you for having me in here.
Absolutely,
Letting me talk for a bit.
it's a pleasure.
Yeah, thank you. Good luck with your live stream. I will be there watching to see what happens around the track, to maybe see if the car in front happens something to it, you know.
Yeah. Okay, cool. So the best of luck, and I hope to catch you in the next race.
I will. Thank you very much.
Okay. So that was Jegor Martens driving together with Bjorn Glaasens in the Vulcan Motorsports Orange McLaren, currently in 13th position. Still battling for P12. Gap is now 28 seconds. It is coming down, but I feel it might just be a tad too much. But it is what it is. A good first race, I reckon. Gap in front, Jonas between Kevin Daniels is ever so slightly coming down, but not nearly as much as it should have been, given the fact that Daniels is to attack P1. It might not be in the cards. There is a slowdown penalty for Aria Madeo. 71 BMW, the pink BMW background. And Joris Ooms is within a second from Tsemil, which is for the podium position, last podium position. And these two are also, I think, for about 10 laps now, quite close to each other, Jeremy Schwarzer and Dominic Schmidt. Jeremy has extended the gap to 1 minute and 40 seconds, but there might be a pit stop difference. Yeah, Jeremy has 3 pit stops. Fazanda has 3 pit stops as well, but Tsemil, who was in P2, has now 4 pit stops, so he might be done pit stop wise. Wouter de Vos, Vortex 64 into pit lane from P10. Around the corner in pit lane. You need to be careful there. Don't be the first car to end up upside down. Wouter de Vos rejoins the race behind Joris Ooms on track. Jeremy de Boever here in the Vortex 3. Ivo van der Linde in 3rd position, 83 class. For the LCT Racing Iron Lions. Jeremy Schwartzer is turning red again on my screen, which means he's getting close. And he is. The Lambo in front. No real action in terms of replays. Last one was the Sander Ray spin, I believe. Yeah, there we go. Casarobano is setting a quick lap time, 2:16. Front end is all back together again. Car's fine. Going out for the last few laps. 25 minutes of racing still to go. Yves van Zande into pit lane. In second position, PCUP. Giving the second position back to Simil. Doing that right now. Putting the Equity Esports back into second position. And when is Schwarzer going to peel off into the pit lane? Will it be this time around? No, he'll continue for another lap. Vos hunting down. Well, Joris Ohm's on track, but not really for position. It's different class. Has Alvarez 8 seconds behind him. Nothing really to worry about. Let's have a look at MX5 field. Marcin Junk comfortably leading 27 seconds. Dirk Vedeman behind that. And then Lander van der Brande just entered pit lane. Jos Schinkel 32 seconds behind, so he might snatch last podium point. Lander van der Brande has a drive-through penalty and incident points. That's not an expected penalty you take. So might be a little bit of a luck going through their way. Thank you for the donation in the YouTube chat, Igor. I enjoyed our chat just now. Let's see, where is Pure Schinkel on track? Given the fact that Lander van der Brande doesn't need to stop. And just go straight through. There he goes, pit exit. Pure Schinkel is here. That's gonna be a nice fight. Oh, we treated to something nice the last few minutes of this race. Pure Schinkel up to Eau Rouge. There's Lander going up through the gears. There is Pure. On speed, a little bit of tow, GT3s, there we go. How is this gonna pan out? He'll just make it, Lander. Lander's pace is actually a little bit better than Pure's, maybe, so should be fun. Maxime Dumoulin now exiting pit lane in the 110 Porsche Cup. Gap is 1.3 seconds between the two MX5s. There is a little bit of traffic up ahead in terms of GT3 Lamborghini. Now the gap is starting to come a little bit down. If you come under a second, you are firmly in the tow. You'll need to stay in the tow. Come Blanchiment, come Eau Rouge. Then there's something to be fighting for. Jeremy Schwartzer, leader in PCUP, now in pit lane for his final stop. Leslie Brazil also in pit lane for a drive-through penalty. And let's see what the gap will be when he gets out of pit lane. I reckon about 40 seconds. In the Menthai livery. I think it suits him quite well, given the pace he's been showing tonight. And for 5 hours straight solo, that's one hell of a job. No tires, just a flash and dash of fuel to make it. Let's head over back to the MX5 battle. 8/10 of a second. And then GT3 with a late move and another late move and a little bit of contact, and there goes it. There goes the opportunity. Now it's 3.4 seconds. That was an optimistic move from the Porsche. Let's see if we can check that out. Now the Porsche is gone, and so is the opportunity for podium fight, at least. Joris Ooms in pit lane. Also for his final stop of the day, stopping from 3rd position. Alvarez in GT3 gets by. Zande is now coming on to the best stop chicane. Through Blanchimont first. Into best stop chicane. Boris is not even stationary yet, so might lose the position. Gives the drive to Dries Morris to finish it off. Last 20 minutes. 5-hour race. There is Van Zande. And there he goes. So Van Zande back into the 3rd position. Pinkel is trying to get the gap back down. 3.5 seconds in 20 minutes. Such little pace difference might be a little bit too much. Van der Brande fighting for a podium. A little bit of damage on the back end of the car. Oh, oversteer. It might be. Oh, look at that backside of that Mazda. Left rear is kind of tucked in. That might not go well. Gap is staying kind of the same though. Interesting to see how the car behaves on braking and stuff. Is it straight? Doesn't look straight. Porsche Cup. Overshooting the corner a little bit there. And gap stays about the same. About the same lap times as well, so it's gonna be a hard task to do. Joel, thank you very much for your euro. See you in a week. Karting event. We have our Race of Champions at ORNL next week. In the 2025 season, we hosted a whole range of championships on iRacing, and every championship winner has qualified himself for a real-life Race of Champions kart race, and the grand prize is a set of Usingveld sprint pedals. All next week on a karting track somewhere in the Netherlands. Marcin Junk firmly into the lead, 27 seconds. Let's have a look at each of the leaders in each of the classes. Jonas is 9.5 seconds away. And we have Kevin Daniels in P2, followed by Brian Ritz. P3. Then we have, of course, Jeremy Schwarzer in the lead. There we have him. 48 seconds into the lead. Amazing. Samuel in P2. And in P3 is Yves van Zande. Gap's quite large in the PCUP class. And then seeing that Marcin Junk is leading the MX5 class. Feel like the MX5 racers have had a rather interesting evening with all the traffic at such high speed. Vedeman in second position, doing a nice job together with Smile. Nice first podium finish this season. Van der Brande now in third position and extending the gap to Björn Schinkel. Those are our podium runners for all our classes. Have a look at the gap between Björn and Jorn. 22 seconds, so another 8 seconds off. We have an incident regarding Siebe de Smet. 88. Pink liveried Porsche. Too much. Just too much, and keeps it out of the wall. The car's already damaged on the backside a little bit, but not too much. We have an off track for Leslie Brazil. Together with the race community Porsche, Brazil ends up in the gravel trap. Another incident regarding Siebe. No, it was the same incident. I'm not gonna have a look again. Jeremy de Boever in pit lane. Final stop. Final stop complete. So De Vos in P10. Driving in vortex formation. We have a special livery for this league. It's a rather colorful livery. It's a nice one. Let's see if we can zoom in a bit. I see a lot of things. Slowdown penalty voor Sander Rij. Which tracks are coming soon? Next race on the 30th of May is the Hungaro Ring, and the race after that is the Hockenheim Ring. Because Romano is in pit lane once again. And car goes up in the air for a set of new tires for the final 10 minutes. That gotta be nice. Didn't feel like 5 hours tonight. Obviously just got the position there. That's a PCUP class 5 in PCUP. Brian Ritz in pit lane from 3rd position in GT3. Didn't make it with 10 minutes to spare. Go, but it's not a drive-through penalty. It's just final splash and dash. That's what it is. Van der Linden took the position. Sander Rij took the position. Jorn Pollenus also took the position, and he is now into podium contention. Dominic Schmidt is also in pit lane from P8. Castor Romano has a black flag. Need to visit the pits once. Have a look at the race incident feed. No news there, but that is fine. Schmidt now getting to the top. What's the gap to the others behind? Might be a little bit too much to lose another position. Also very short fuel stop. Lucas Romano is in pit lane for his drive-through penalty. There's also a drive-through penalty for the 105 Sam Towers, Flying Dutchman racing team. And he needs to clear the penalty. Looks like he remembered it quite late to, oh, I need to pit, and then step on the brakes. Wesley has a slowdown penalty. Stefan is in pit lane. Kevin Daniels driving a very nice race together with Davey, currently in 2nd position, 16 seconds from the lead. Tom Dowers is now in pit lane stationary and driving backwards. You don't want to drive backwards so much. There might be a disqualification incoming. Don't do it. And there we go. Disqualified. It's not the first time people play iRacing, right? So that gains Robinson and Sieber de Smet potentially a position. This action. Arya Mardeo has a black flag penalty. I need to finish to visit pit lane one more time within 6 minutes or have a time penalty added to his final time. We have an incident regarding Matt Getter. Let's see. Noted as a crash, but we have learned that it's mostly not a crash, but spin off track. Final 5 minutes already started. Here. Ideo for his drive through. Are you joining the next race? I hope so. I have a broadcaster who will take over the live stream for an hour or two, so I can do a stint as well. So yeah, I hope to join the next. Yeah. I hope Danny can make it. Should be okay. And he will control my live streaming computer so I can sit in the Simric, drive the MX5. This is a battle for position. Dante Olivia versus Dominic Schmidt. There we go. Late move on the brakes. A little bit archy-barchy, but he gets the job done. EFB Motorsports Eclair up back into P8. Started from P2, so they did have the pace at one point in the race. That Gather is in pit lane. Look at if Dominic Schmidt will rebound the action. Battle of the V10 zo. Lucas Romano has a slowdown penalty. Olivia is trying to move away from Dominic behind. There's an MX5 in front. Managed to go around it. Good. Fine. Steve is driving around the 113 car. Started from pole. Not quite there yet. Was waving around on the finish straight like he was already there, but 4 hours and 59 minutes. We're not there yet. I think Jonas will get the white flag this time around. Yeah, it's sad that it's getting replaced, Igor. V8 does not sound bad either. Okay, we have 1 minute to spare. What's the best sounding car in iRacing? I'll go first, the GTO. We're gonna see a fast corner do or die move from Dominic. Pit stop for Jorn Polonus, giving away the podium to Sander Rij. It's a splash and dash. That's gotta feel a bit sour. Let's head on board. Jonas, checkered flag is out. For the last time around the start-finish straight. It's the Iron Lions Motorsport 89 with the victory here at Spa-Francorchamps. Kevin Daniels brings it around to P2 in the final bus stop chicane. Incident for Leslie, real quick. Oh, the car's grabbing. We are here for P2 in GT3 class, DDK Racing Team G. Weaving around, happy as they can be. Let's see, Jeremy Schwarzer is not finished yet. Carson Junk is not finished yet, so we'll wait for P3 and GT3 as well. Pegassi Racing, Simracing 101 comes in P3 in PCUP class. Sahara XGT Motorsports, Dirk Vedeman behind the wheel secured second position in the MX5 class. Here we go. And here is Sander Rij, RaceCommunity.nl Orange Team completes the podium here. Wishful Series, Spa-Francorchamps GT3. LAG Worldwide, there he is, Jeremy Schwarzer, our solo race winner in Porsche Cup. Tamil on the last few corners of the race, securing a nice P2 for Equity Esport. To the bus stop for the last time after 5 hours of racing. Second position in MX5 class. Marcin Junk still not crossed the line. One of the last cars to actually, indeed it is one of the last cars to finish the race. But he'll finish it in first in MX5 class. Sahara XGT Motorsports will take second place. The pit lounge take the third position and complete the podium. There we go. I think if the MX5 had headlights and you could flicker them, he did it by now. The winners in MX5 class, ANR and Jones Esport Team 58. I think we have all our winners for now. Let's just have a look at the results, shall we? On a nice camera. Let's go. Our race result, the Iron Lions Motorsports 89, the proud winners of the Wishful Series Round 1 at Circuit Spa-Francorchamps. DDK Racing Team and Race Community.nl Orange complete the podium there. See if I can sort the results in classes. Nice. Yeah. Apparently I can't. Okay, so LAG Worldwide Team Gold had a golden performance tonight and won the PCUP class. Equity Esports, nice second position, followed by Pegassi. Simracing, the Wishful 101 Porsche Cup. A nice third place, completing the podium. And we have to scroll down a bit to find our Mazda MX5 Warriors. It's ANR Endurance Esports with the win in MX5 class. Sahara X GT Motorsports. Dirk Vedeman, the Spylape. In a nice second position, the Pit Lounge comes in at third position, followed by ORNL Endurance, Duct Tape Racing, ESR United Beata with the Money Shift, and Pegassi Motorsport Delta. I would like to invite all the podium finishers. Let's start with the winners in each class for a live broadcast interview if you want. If not, then just don't come down. Give it a moment. Been a nice evening of racing here. Still 19 degrees on track. Without sponsors Digitraqz, Simwear.eu, Nutanix, we could not have made this series for the 5th time in a row, for the 3rd time in a row here at ORNL Live. Everybody needs to do their out lap, in lap. There is a mandatory in lap because whilst doing the results on the broadcast, I do not like to see anything. People disconnecting and stuff. And Stefan just volunteered to hop into the broadcast, so I will not even answer his message. I will just drag him into the broadcast.
I was just explaining something that now I have to type it. Thank you. Hello.
Yeah, I'll try to ignore you just a little bit more. Okay. So, how's it been?
Good, I think.
Yeah, it's been a quite quiet first race of the series. Can I say it like that?
Compared to past years, I totally agree. Yes.
Yeah, it's been actually very nice.
Yeah, I think the start was pretty clean overall. There were some bumps here and there, but we've seen worse.
You have actually seen worse, yeah. You.
And I think overall the driving standards were pretty good.
Yeah.
Of course, there's gonna be some hiccups sometimes. That's racing. That's multi-class racing.
Yeah, but I've not seen MX5s get absolutely annihilated like I was a little bit afraid of, but nothing like that actually happened. Yeah, one or twice maybe, but not in the way I feared. So that's good. It was nice racing. It's a little bit tricky sometimes, but it could be. I think the potential is there for a very, very, very nice season.
I think so too. I'll be honest. I feared a little bit worse as well, seeing how in practice how big the difference was and how it wasn't easy to calculate the overtakes on the MX5. But I think overall everybody did a great job. So it's looking good. Of course, the upcoming tracks are a lot different.
Yeah, absolutely. It's the Hungaro ring is a particularly interesting one because I've said it a few times on stream tonight. There's no multi-class racing there in real life. like whatsoever. So it's gonna be nice, nice fact to see how it goes there. I think
That's gonna be
a lot of tight corners, a lot of faster downforce corners with the Mazdas relying on their mechanical grip. It's going to be
and on Hockenheim as well. It's not gonna be as easy as we think. I suspect.
No. If I think about Hockenheim, the hairpin after the long straight comes to mind, especially. So it's gonna be fun. I'll try to hop in my MX5. I'm very irritated that I didn't get to enjoy this spectacle as a driving standpoint as well. So
so actually, Danny owes you a dinner too.
Yeah. I'm getting 3 dinners now. But then I have to go to Belgium for 2, and I have to go to America for 1. So
okay.
That's a good excuse.
The food's better in Belgium.
I'm getting questions from the YouTube chat if I've already started drinking. It wasn't that bad tonight, was it?
No, not yet. But I'm gonna have a beer for sure. Not to drink away frustrations, but to celebrate a bit. We did a first race of the new Wishful Series, and we already raced, if I saw that correctly, 2040?
2050 even.
2050 even.
We've raised over €100 from the live stream alone in the first race. That has never happened.
That's why I'm gonna have a beer to celebrate that, because that's amazing. That's
right.
cool that in the first race we're already over the 2000. That's very nice.
Let's set our visors to the 30th of May to start going on the Hungaroring. I'm very much looking forward to that. It's going to be a very interesting race.
I think so too.
Absolutely.
I think all the races this year are going to be very interesting, because if you think about Donington and Zolder, with this kind of combination of cars, that's going to be very fun.
Donington is a very good fighting track as well.
Yep.
Gonna be fine. Okay. Thank you for joining me the last few minutes, and
no worries. Thank you for your great work again.
Absolutely. It's been 5 hours, pretty much by myself, but it didn't feel like 5 hours, so that's a good thing. Oh, we have some winners in the broadcasting booth. I was about to sign off. We'll start with Melvin. Melvin, good evening.
Hello, good evening.
Hello, and congratulations.
Thank you.
Is one of your teammates also in the broadcast waiting room?
I think everybody's in the broadcast waiting room.
Oh, yeah, I see. Well, let's have you all in then.
We get them all in.
Yeah, welcome.
Hello, guys.
And a big congratulations. Melvin, I'd like to start with you, if that's okay.
It's all good.
You had a quite intense first few hours, right? You can put it like that.
Let's say the first stint was very intense. The second one was more driving away from P2, but the first one was intense, yeah.
Yeah, something about bus stops and that's kind of stuff. Yeah, it was actually at some point it was 2-1 to the Vortex cars between to you, and it was a really fun battle to commentate on and to have a look at.
I have to rewatch it actually.
Yeah, you were
getting bullied by Mercedes.
you were in shot for quite a while, so I hope you liked that.
I liked it. I don't think they liked it. That's all good.
Yeah, and I think all of you were very much on the pace tonight, and therefore the expected winners, deserved winners, I should say. Jonas at the end got the job done, and yeah, onto the Hungaroring, I'd say.
On to the next one, yeah.
Yeah,
sure.
It's really a different track compared to Spa.
Will be interesting with the MX5 in the mix.
Yeah, absolutely. Starting with Jonas, how did you handle the MX5 traffic in this race?
It's normally just lifting and coasting. If I see they're approaching a corner, there's no need to force any moves, just save a bit of fuel. No need to risk damage or whatever else. If I see there is a gap closing and I see that I can make the corner first, then I'm going for a move. If not, I'm staying behind. It's as simple as that.
Absolutely. That's pretty much all there is to it. And yeah, the pace difference is quite large. That's something I think that especially stands out here at Spa, and it might be different next time around at the Hungaroring.
I think the pace difference will always be there with the MX5.
Yeah, absolutely. But
It will be interesting, especially like Monza and stuff coming up.
yeah, we should just ditch the first and the second chicane in Monza and just go straight on.
Holy shit, that would be mega. The MX5's around.
I don't think Stefan would agree with me though.
I don't know. It sounds fun. It sounds fun.
Yeah.
We have to do it.
Yeah, absolutely. So, you guys signing up for the full season, which includes the 24 hours of Zolder. Anything you can share with us how you're gonna attack that? That's a different kind of beast, of course.
No
Like
risk for
Zolder?
push.
It's like always, prepare, execute, and try to do our best.
Yeah. Have you ever done a 24-hour race on Zolder as well?
Yeah, indeed, the previous season.
The previous season, it gets dark at Zolder, like really dark.
Yep.
Yeah.
Absolutely. It's great talking to you guys. Congratulations on the win, the openings race at the Wishful Series at Spa. And I hope to talk to you next time again with a nice result.
Thanks for having us.
Thank
Okay.
you very much.
Congrats, guys.
See you guys.
Congratulations.
Bye, guys.
Yeah, bye.
Yeah.
Yeah, Stefan. I think that's it. There's no other people in the broadcast waiting room. So
Great.
I think we might have something to discuss and have a look at, but we'll close the stream right now. And I would like to thank everybody for watching with me, chatting with me. It's been more than any other race actually. There's more participation in the chat. The donations came in from viewers. That's something I love. And I'll hope to see you on the next race, 30th of May, Hungaroring Wishful Series 2026 round 2. Be there. And I wish you a very good evening.